about the, oh, we got these podcasts. I was like, well, I've been listening to them, so
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, we got another week. I'm about to record another one with him because he went off when he funny, man. He is a straight bro. He is more nigga than any nigga you ever seen. And when I mean that, I mean he just pro black, he pro melanated brother. And anytime something happens, like with the police force around the world, or somebody, a police officer wrongly, beats a citizen or something like that, it's mostly melanated. He will text me all the time, or he'll hit me up like, yo, this is some bullshit. This is what happened. Yo, boom, boom. He'll always say what actually went down in the case. So like what just happened this last week, where the guy was shot running from the police.
Yeah.
So he got mad about that. He was pissed about that. And then he went over the other videos where he saw the basketball player getting tased.
Yeah.
In the parking lot. So yeah, he saw that, and so he saw a whole lot of shit that the cops did wrong. So we're gonna do another podcast, and he's gonna break off all the stuff that happened and what you should do when it goes down like that. He told a little bit, but as you can see, he get a little fired up. He get to talking. If you heard the podcast, he get to talking. So we don't get a lot of stuff in when he start running his mouth.
Oh, it was funny, man, because he was like, man, see you. He said, well, Kai was right.
Oh man,
man, y'all don't have to. And he said, you live and y'all both like, look, you a fighter or you just stay underneath what they say. And he's like, I'm a fighter, man. I was like,
oh yeah, man. Let me tell you something. What y'all heard? That was Officer Trey on 2.
Yeah.
Like out of 10, that was him on 2.
That was funny, bro. It was funny.
But he's funny, man. He's funny, man. He be calling me. He'll be talking to me while he pulling somebody over. Like so he'll be giving somebody a ticket. He be like, yeah, Kev, man, these motherfuckers don't be knowing nothing. Like, he like, oh, yeah, thank you. He's like, yeah, so you can go about your way. And I be like, nigga, you right now, nigga? Oh, yeah, we got to do what we do. But a lot of times he be letting people go, though. Like, when I'm on the phone, like, he'll be letting people, like, man, he's like, why you do that? Man, you know that you wasn't supposed to do that, and people be get to laughing. So he's like, I'm going to let you off this time. But he's like, next time you may not meet me. You may not meet somebody like me. So just be sure. He'd be like, oh, thank you, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, brother. He's like, yeah. He's like, just be. It's so funny, man, because they be so scared. And he be letting so many people go. But he give them tips when he let them go. And they be like, oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Nah, that's right up.
Let's see. So let me see if I can share the screen.
Yeah, I thought I had messed up. I was like, oh, man, Kim on his dragging more shit again. What did I do? I'm bigging him up in the live chat and everything. Was I not supposed to do that? Did I go too far? Oh, man, I'm locked out.
All niggas behind. Fuck that shit. Niggas bullshit.
And then you come out, you forgot. I was like, wait a minute, podcast?
Yeah. I forget to mention the podcast every time I do one of them videos or something. So
I'm like, wow.
Hey, Kev, what is the podcast link? I ain't heard of that
one. It's the Real Niggas Real Talk. So if you go to Apple Podcasts or Google Podcasts, you'll just put in Real Niggas Real Talk. You'll find it.
Okay, cool.
Go online, you'll find it under what is it? Lfm dot something.
Oh, Anchor. It's the Anchor. I do the podcast through something called the Anchor app. It's a podcast app. So if you actually go and if you download that app, you can interact with the podcast. You send me shit, send give reviews, and I can post those reviews and stuff like that. But if you just want to listen, just go to Apple Podcasts or Google Podcast.
Okay, so the Anchor's probably for live interaction, and then the other ones are like for the replay.
Yeah, well, yeah, because if I start doing the live if I go live, like sometimes I can go live, but sometimes I can I'll just wait and post it later because I have to, sometimes it'll cut off and I have to patch a lot of it in so it records it in sections.
Oh, okay.
So if it's recording in sections, then I can't go live. But as soon as I post it, you can go on and then you can still start interacting with it and send me a message immediately, like a voice message, and then I can actually put that into the podcast so people can listen to themselves.
Oh, okay. Fly.
But so we stopped here And last week we were getting on frequency, vibration, and this video was the experiments that, the experiments that the government were doing in the early 1900s regarding your mind, the power of the mind, and what you can do. And then the government saw all of this and was like, "Yo, yeah, we gotta hide this bullshit." Like, shit. What if we just had Raheem, regular Raheem, fucking being able to send some goddamn power to fucking Jamal 6,000 miles away? Nah, we can't fucking have that. We can't do that. So we gotta put this shit away. And that was all not just for brothers. That was for the masses. They can't control the masses if you're fully empowered. So they had to, hide all this. But what we're seeing here on the screen was the experiment where they had this guy here in a room, and this guy was not even in the same town. He was in another town, and this dude sent him some love healing energy, and this is what they recorded. This is not a cartoon. This is not a drawing. This is a computer image of what was going on. This is the image. This is the energy bolt that shot out of this man, this person, and it's going into this person. You can see it moving towards this person who's not even in the same town as this person. So they were actually able to physically and tangibly record this. So we have evidence of your body being able to send energy to someone else, which is crazy in itself. But well, it's not crazy, but it's crazy from what they try to tell you can do today. So let's get back on with this, because there's a lot more stuff in here. We're gonna kind of watch. We're gonna watch most of the end, because there's some stuff they get into about finding your soulmate and all that stuff. We can skip past that, but for the most part, we want to see the rest of the experiment. So here we go. Come on, brother.
And look at the shape of that too. How far away?
And I am absolutely sure that really effective communication comes between people who are...
With a team of researchers in Slovenia. So here we see that you've got the person who is sending energy. This is the right side, is sending of energy, and on this side is the receiving of energy. So from the right side, when you talk about, because the emotional heart is on the right, it is sending. So there is a little burst, and of course these bursts are captured, and it's separate from the body. It's leaving. This burst is leaving the body. Indeed. Oh, that's amazing. And the receiver is receiving it. And look at the shape of that too. How far away are they physically from each other during these 2 buildings? 2 buildings? 2 buildings. So this burst of energy traveled 2 buildings and went to this person who was the receiver. And this is documented scientifically as biophoton emissions. Yes, yes.
If we attempt to send someone we are tuned into a message with our mind, will they hear it? Will they receive it?
Protocol where we have instruments on both people, both sender and receiver, and they physically situated in different places, and it may be in different places in Moscow. It may be in different places in Moscow and St. Petersburg, or Moscow to St. Petersburg, or Himalaya to Moscow, Nepal to Moscow, Venezuela to Moscow. So we did a lot of experiments of this. In any situation, we have time that is related to astronomical time, and it's all now possible by GPS to correlate all this. And we were able, and we were measuring moment of sending emotion, because we are sending not images, not some pictures, not letters, but we are sending emotions. And the aim to detect those emotions on the other end. So we are measuring sending and response from biophysical measurements. This is electrophotonics. And
now, really quick, I just want you guys to see, just get this image in your mind right now. These are two Caucasian Russians, in a damn tent out in the middle of nowhere doing mind experiments. Experiments of the mind, of mind power. Funded by someone. Privately funded by someone, meaning somebody with money has interest in knowing the power of your mind. And the reason I said this, now I want to know, can somebody name me some melanated scientists doing this?
I only heard of the Heritage Foundation, which are not melanated.
The Heritage Foundation. What is the Heritage Foundation doing?
And they the ones that you were saying that make all the laws would be funding?
Oh, the Heritage. I thought you meant Dr. Somebody sent me something else about Dr. Clyde. That's not his. His is the Harvest Foundation. So yeah, the Heritage Foundation. I was thinking of the Harvard. You were talking about Dr. Claude Anderson. But yeah, the Heritage Foundation. Yes. Did you guys check them out? Did anybody look them up on the internet? Nobody?
I did a little bit.
They have a YouTube channel. Go to their YouTube channel, look up all their damn videos, look at all the people talking. And the one I want you to pay attention to is Newt Gingrich. He does two speeches. One is the Trumpification of politics or Washington. Y'all need to watch that. The Trumpification of Washington. But back to this. So I just wanted you guys to see. They're doing these experiments. We are not. And this is done a long time ago. This ain't done. This is not even done within the last, 10, 15 years. This is done about almost 20 years ago. They're doing this. Just so y'all want y'all to understand. Just these cats. It was close to 20 years old. When they convened that convention, somebody mute your phone in the background, whoever's typing. When they did that convention, that was around when what's his name? Albert Einstein was alive. So just to let you guys know how long they've been studying this stuff, how far behind niggas are, and how much time you don't have to waste. So back to it.
Balancing platform. So we can really detect the moments of sending and receiving. And in all our experiments, we demonstrate that it is no time shift.
Not zero.
Zero.
Instantaneous action.
Absolutely instantaneous effect.
So, did you guys, because I paused it, so did you guys understand what he was saying about the experiment they did?
I missed it, bro.
He basically said that when they sent that energy, they weren't sending, nothing tangible. They were sending energy to energy from one person to another. And they said that it was instantaneous. Like there was no time that it took for the energy to travel from one person to the other person. It was literally once he thought it, the other person received it instantaneously. Bam.
Damn. So it's thought faster than the speed of light?
We're going to get into that.
Damn.
As new science builds a strong case for mental telepathy that is faster than the speed of light, how will this instantaneous communication at a distance change our views and knowledge about how powerful each and every one of us really is?
That after all our experiments of telepathy, it became clear. In principle, you can contact any person in the world. If you can attune yourself to this particular person.
What did he just say? Did y'all hear what he said? I better be listening, man. This is,
If you connect yourself to this particular person, and I'm assuming that he's talking by way of the mind.
No, what he said, the exact phrase of what he said. What did he say? What was the exact phrase of what he said? Because everything with the whole statement, what he said is all important.
Sounds like a rewind is in order.
Y'all with that bullshit. All right, here we go.
That after all our experiments on telepathy, it became clear that in principle you can contact any person in the world. If you can attune yourself to this particular person.
Oh, you can contact anyone if you can attune yourself to that person.
You can contact anyone in the world if you can tune to that person. Or if both of you guys tune to each other. What is that called? What have we been talking about?
Frequency, right?
Telepathy.
But more so on the grander scale. If I'm sending energy to you and you're sending energy back, what is that called?
Communication.
That's more like building.
On the base scale. That's communication. That's what we would call it. But what is it actually, scientifically? What is it? If we're sending energy back and forth, or if I send energy from one place to another, electricity, what is that called? Come on, y'all. This is class number 8.
Man.
Y'all should be getting this in your DNA now. I'm sending y'all classes. Y'all should have been watching them.
Is it the synapse stuff you was talking about?
Well, it has to do with that as well. What is all that? When energy is
a network. It's like a network.
What is the network doing? What does your melanin do?
It's a conductor.
Oh, say the word again.
Conductor.
Again.
Conductor.
Right. So if I'm now, what's the 2 type of conductivity? 2 types of conductivity.
Semi.
Super.
And
superconductor.
Super, yeah.
Right. Now, what kind of conductivity is he talking about?
Semi, because he ain't carbonated.
No, he's not talking about him. He's not talking about himself specifically. He's talking about in general.
Okay.
So what kind of conductivity is he talking about?
Super.
Excuse me?
Super.
Don't be scared. Speak up. Super. Why is it super?
Because it's instantaneous.
Bam. Instantaneous, without loss of energy. Also, because when 2 points tune to the same frequency, that's when the energy flows between them at no loss.
Oh, is that why both parties kind of have to be aware of it? Because they wouldn't be on the same frequency otherwise?
Yes.
Got you.
Now you can tune yourself to someone. You can tune yourself to someone and they're not do it consciously, and you can send them and they may receive certain images and messages that would be more semi-conductivity. Like when you want to talk to somebody, you're thinking about them, and they get a picture in their mind and they call you. That you're conducting. You're sending that person messages, but they don't get everything that you send. But they get little pieces here and there, and they're like, "Yeah, what's happening?" They're like, "Dad, I was just thinking about you." You're conducting. I do that with my mom all the time. Me and my mother got the weirdest relationship. We don't talk a lot because I'm just not a person to talk. But it's funny when I call my mom or she calls me, it's because we've been thinking about each other that day, either that hour or the day before. All the time.
This sounds like some scientific voodoo, Kev.
But that's how it goes down. So conductivity, what we're getting into, superconductivity is the heightened goal, meaning 2 points resonating at the same frequency where energy can flow back and forth. Just keep going.
And of course, it needs some training. It needs some imagination. You should be trained how to do this, but in principle, it's not very difficult. And I don't like, for example, to make telephone calls. For me, it's boring to press buttons and it's busy line, then again, and it's again busy. So when I need to contact someone, I just contact this person in mindset, and they ask person to call me, and it works.
I want to get this straight. There's a misconception. Superconductivity is not just for melanated people. Just so we're clear. I want anybody watching this, anybody listening to this, superconductivity is for anyone. Everyone vibrates. Everything vibrates. So you can resonate and tune to anything with a vibration, with a frequency. It just melanin makes it easier to do it. However, it doesn't make it possible to do it, and someone else is not possible to do it. Everybody can do it. You just need to consciously be able to be on that vibration. Now, melanin is so powerful that you tune to people, we tune to each other without even thinking about it, because melanin thinks on its own. But again, for it to manifest at its greatest power, it has to be consciously, and then you are manipulating the vibration of your melanin on a conscious level.
So this is kind of like blockchain, if you would.
Say again.
So it's kind of like, almost kind of like blockchain on some kind of, on a mental level, so to speak.
It is. I mean, you understand, all of the blockchain is a network. Your brain is a network. All of it, you know, your melanin system is a network. It's meaning it relays signals and energy. That's all a network is. Something that relays energy or conducts energy back and forth, from one place and one point to another. So your brain, again, the synapses in your brain, that's a network of electricity moving around, bouncing around like a pinball machine. Blockchain, same thing. It's a network of transactions bouncing around all over the world. Boom, 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 boom. Your melanin is electricity flowing and constantly bouncing back and forth all over your skin. So yes, all of that is a network, but to understand it on the smallest scale, or to understand it on its greatest scale, meaning that you understand it on the smallest scale, and you can explain it in the simplest term, to the smallest person. So that's why we go over so many different variations of the information, because you have to get it on so many different levels. Because when you grasp it like that, then you'll be able to, to regurgitate it or to transmit that energy to someone else on the most simplistic level. That's the true test of knowing something. Can you tell somebody else? Can you tell something of something with a great, massive concept? Can you relay a massive concept to someone in its most simplest terms where they can understand it? And that's the true test of if you truly understand something. Okay. All right, here we go.
It's people usually call and contact somehow, and it works very brilliant.
Could a telepathic message be sent from the moon back to Earth? In 1971, Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell believed the powers of the human aura and mental telepathy were so profound, he conducted an experiment while he was on his way back to Earth from the moon.
Astronaut Edgar Mitchell, one of our team of 2 astronauts who were the last group, I think, to walk on the moon. This was the 3rd group to walk on the moon. On his way back, decided to do a psychic communication experiment. He didn't tell his superiors about it, but he'd arranged with several psychics on the ground back here on Earth to try to send them psychic messages about cards. There's a set of cards called the Zener cards, which have patterns on them. And during several intervals on the way back from the moon, he was 200,000 miles or more from the Earth at some of those times, he would send these signals back to psychics on the Earth. When he got back, he compared what he was sending with what they picked up, and the answers that they had received were accurate enough. They were well above chance, and they were showing that ESP was working even over those large distances. So at our present time, it appears as though that we don't know of any limits in terms of distance or time for psychic communication.
So, mental impressions from space all the way to Earth, instantaneously.
So it pretty much proves that time and space really is an illusion, really, to a degree.
Yes. Let's keep going. A whole lot of shit to get through.
Subtle energies all go faster than light. Now,
or psychic communication.
Subtle energies all go faster than light. Now, when you...
Did you hear what he said?
Did you say sound?
They all go faster than light.
Subtle
energy faster than light.
Yeah, subtle. Yeah, I mean, low the energies that you can't usually detect with your senses.
I'll ask you to visualize a reaction equation, as if you've got a blackboard in front of you. And I'll write mass with arrows back and forth to energy. That is basically what we've done for the last 400 years in orthodox science. And the connection link is Einstein's E equals mc squared. Well, now we want to expand traditional science to include human consciousness. Our experiments show that works now in this world we live in. But we don't all agree what consciousness is. So let's not ask what consciousness is. Let's ask what consciousness does.
Astronaut Edgar Mitchell found that consciousness has a better quality signal in space. Scientific studies seem to confirm that consciousness travels instantaneously over any distance. At least it appears that way over the known Earth to Sun maximum distances measured thus far. Dr. William Tiller calculates that due to the fact that consciousness cannot be blocked by any barrier, including lead and mountains of rock, which are capable of blocking the highest frequency gamma rays, consciousness must be of a higher frequency than the gamma ray spectrum to allow it to penetrate these barriers. Also, in order for consciousness to appear to travel instantaneously over Earth to Sun distances, it would have to at least travel at the speed of light squared, which is 34.7 billion miles per second.
Yo, first of all, you just saw that. I just wanted to make sure you guys paused on that and understood that consciousness can travel instantaneously through anything. But I stopped it because if you guys don't understand something, say, yo, Kev, can you rewind that real quick? I didn't hear what he said. No matter how many people in the class, we're all here to get it. So if you're not understanding, because maybe you, not just you didn't understand, maybe about 3 or 4 or 5 of y'all didn't understand, and everybody else don't want to ask. So if y'all didn't understand, say, yo, what did he just say? That's what we're here for, is the interactive class. You know what I
We
mean?
did, Kev. We all just sent you a synapse that made you pause and say that. Like, we don't understand how right now. Please pause it and tell us that. Shit,
Yeah, all right. That mental telepathy impression. All right.
Oh, it would have to at least travel at the speed of light squared, which is 34.7 billion miles per second.
So the theory is that they all travel faster than the velocity of light, and that's why they're non-observable. And the magnetoelectric energy, its top velocity from my theory is that it's c squared. So it goes from c to c squared.
Dr. Tiller's new model of consciousness has multi-dimensions. It starts...
Before we go on, I want to see if anybody has it. Why is it instantaneous? I'm gonna see if anybody pulled it. Why is communication, mental communication, over no matter what distance? Why is it instantaneous?
Is it because everything in the universe is connected?
Say that one more time.
Everything in the universe is connected?
Yep. So you're not sending it anywhere. This motherfucker, Caucasians keep talking about traveling. See, because in their essence, in their mind, they're disconnected from everything that is. So If I see one thing over there, then that means, and I'm over here, that means I have to travel to that thing. They don't see it as one. Whereas the universe is one. It doesn't matter what you see it as. So all I need to do is focus and connect mentally on what I want to send energy to. When I do that, because I am connected to that thing, that automatically brings the awareness in that. And that's how the connection begins. It's not travel.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
So is it kind of like how your brain sends a message for you to do something? It's kind of like that?
Sort of. Your brain actually is sending an electrical signal, so it does take time to travel. I'll give you an example. It takes 15 minutes for your brain to register that your stomach is full or has eaten food. So when most people eat, you overeat. So you're only supposed to eat as much as your fist. Like if you make a fist, that's how big your stomach is. You're not supposed to eat more than that. But most people has been conditioned to eat more for a few reasons, because they're trying to rape you for money. The more food you eat, the more money you pay. But also because your brain takes 15 minutes to register that there's food in your stomach. So by the time your brain says, oh, we got food in there, you've already overeaten. You've eaten too much food. And that's why a lot of times you have to sit down and you got to chill out for a minute and rest and all that. When you eat, you're not supposed to feel like you have to sit down. You're supposed to only eat enough to repower you for another 2 to 3 hours. And then you eat again. That powers you for another 2 to 3 hours. But we eat so much because, again, we don't understand that the electrical signals in our brain, in our bodies, that 15 minutes later we're like, oh shit, like damn, nigga, I ate too much. So that's just, in your body, electrical signals do travel, because it's not a thought. You're not sending. Remember, you're not consciously sending a thought. More so when your brain is connected. Like you're not telling your body to breathe. Your body's just breathing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It just does it on its own. Remember, your body's an organism. The cells are sentient. It thinks. It does what it needs to do on its own without you telling it. So, but as far as one sentient being like myself to you, to another sentient being, then we both have to consciously vibrate on the same frequency in order for us, to send that information back and forth freely, at no loss. Now, we can send each other information and we may pick up certain images here and there, but that happens all the time. You see that in like basketball, when cats come down and he throw a no-look pass, or he throw a pass behind his head and the dude catches it, and all kinds of stuff. You see that in sports, but in real life, you kind of got to work for that. Unless you're in a heightened adrenaline state. So adrenaline actually increases your power level in the body. So when your adrenaline is flowing, you're actually more powerful and you're able to do that stuff a lot quicker.
The second chakra, being capable of
E squared.
Dr. Tiller's new model of consciousness has multi-dimensions. It starts...
Hey, Cam, I got a question real quick.
Yep.
Based on what you just said about adrenaline, how does that then coincide with the meditative state? Because aren't you real powerful in a meditative state too, in this category?
What do you mean you're powerful in a meditative state?
Well, based on when you're saying that it's heightened when you have adrenaline. Right. But I thought when you were more calm, like when you're like in a meditative, you could probably connect better.
Those are extremes. So extremes are the same.
Oh, got you.
Same pole.
Got you. Okay.
So when I'm super calm, yes, I can pull that in. But again, if I'll say this, like, so, if I'm in a gym and I'm lifting weights, what I'm saying? I'm very calm when I'm lifting. I'm not hyper. I'm just lifting, bam. Bam, I'm gaining my strength very slowly. What I'm saying? Over time, I gain a certain amount of strength. Guys can, get to a point where they can lift 300, 400, 500 pounds, 600 to 700 pounds sometimes. In the case of Eric Allen, the lineman for the the Dallas Cowboys. He benched 715 pounds. So just on that level. Now, when a mother gets in a car accident and they see a car land on their kid, this has been proven many times. The mother's able to lift the car off their child.
Yeah, I heard of that.
Pull the child out. This woman ain't been lifting. she ain't been in there. She ain't been 715 pounds, but she just lifted a damn 2-3 ton car off her kid. Why? Because it needed to be done at that time. The vibration, her adrenaline, increased her vibrational frequency, so to the point where she could do what she needed to do. So again, it's in both. You can achieve it in both states. You will achieve it more frequently in a calmer state. You know what I'm saying? And it's much more controlled. Anybody ever see the Avatar, Last Airbender?
Yeah, that shit was fire. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Tell y'all right now, that's required watching for everybody in this damn class. Everything. That's
Not the movie, right? You're talking about the TV show, right?
Yeah.
Man, that's my childhood. What you talking about? Oh,
That's the greatest TV show ever created.
All right, girl, I say don't watch that TV. Don't watch that movie. That movie.
Yeah, don't watch the movie, not the movie. The TV show. The first
wait,
one.
no, the Boondocks is the best TV show. The Boondocks is the best TV show.
Yeah.
Avatar second.
You tripping. Boondocks is great, but Avatar is on some old, completely, like most people don't even understand what's going on in the Avatar. The Avatar is all astrology. It's all about astrology. That's why it starts off with air, fire, earth, water. So that's the different elements that in astrology. And
Spirit world and all that. Yeah.
Huh?
I said they were talking about the spirit world and all of that.
Yeah, you got the spirit world. So that whole show deals with I don't know if you guys, so there's something called the Avatar state. So the just to give you a quick background on the Avatar, on the Last Airbender. So there's 4 nations: Earth, Air, Water, Fire. Right? These are 4 nations who supposedly live together in harmony. Then from each one of these nations, there are people born in these nations called benders who can manipulate their element. Not everybody can do this, just only certain special people of that nation. So you have fire benders, water benders, earth benders, and air benders. They can manipulate that element. So then there's one person that's always born in each generation called the Avatar, and he can control all 4 elements, right? So he embodies all the different powers in one person, and he keeps the balance in the world. He keeps everybody from fighting and taking over and whatever. So at one point, the Avatar disappeared in the land, and so the Fire Nation, which the element of fire is supposed to be aggressive, right? So Fire Nation, when the Avatar disappeared, the Fire Nation started to take over the world. And so they started to invade and take over shit. Then the Avatar came back. So what happened? He disappeared as a kid. So he was born. So each time the Avatar comes back, he's born to a different nation. So sometimes the Avatar will be of the Fire Nation. Then when he dies, the next nation up will come up. So he was in the Fire Nation, and then when he came back, he was the Earth. I mean the Air. He was of the Air Nation. That's why it's called the Last Airbender. So he died. So he went away like as a kid. He basically disappeared as a kid because he got scared when he learned he was the Avatar, and so he ran away and got lost for like 100 years. When that happened, the Fire Nation saw their opportunity to take over. He came back, and the world was in disarray. It was out of balance. And so they told him, dude, you have to learn you have to complete your training, learn how to manipulate the other 3 elements so that you can fight the Fire Lord and bring balance back to the earth. So he goes around and tries to find a certain master to teach him in each nation, to teach him how to use those elements. But when he gets in danger, there's something called the Avatar state that he goes into, and he automatically goes into the state where he can control all 4 elements. However, he can't control it. When he goes into the Avatar state, he just on some Debo pimp, I'm gonna smack the shit out of everybody shit. Like he's like, motherfucker, all y'all niggas been fucked up. I'm killing everybody now. Pop, pop. He starts smacking shit out of everybody. So the point is he's supposed to reach a point where he understands and learns how to get to the Avatar state by controlling it himself, not by accident. See, that's the whole goal. You're supposed to learn all these 4 elements, like everybody, we're all supposed to do. Even and so, it's astrology. So, meaning, even though you're born under one sign, you're supposed to learn how to work with all the other different signs, so that we create a certain peace and balance. So the reason I was telling you about that is about adrenaline. So the avatar state for him is like an adrenaline state, because it happens when he gets in danger or someone he loves gets in danger. He just immediately goes off and he starts glowing. His eyes starts glowing. And this motherfucker he's the most powerful motherfucker ever. So that's the same way with us now. When we're in a heightened state of emotion, your adrenaline starts flowing and you go into that avatar state. A lot of us do.
Hey, but you remember, but you remember they also gave you the other side of the avatar state. They also showed when he was meditating that he can also enter the avatar.
Yeah, he goes into the spirit world. Yeah, he goes into what's called the spirit world, and he's able to talk to the past avatars. So he's linked to all of his past lives. Every life that he's lived for like the past thousands of years, he can talk to all of those avatars, those incarnations that he's been in when he's at peace. See, he can go inside, talk, get knowledge, get wisdom, and come back out and use it. But then when he gets, when he's scared or angry, he goes into that avatar state, and that's your ass.
I got it, Kev. It's like the point is to where you can control it rather than the emotion controlling you.
Exactly. That's why you guys need to watch that, dude. That shit is so ill. There's one called The Guru. There's an episode called The Guru where he's in the mountain, and this brother who's an Indian, is teaching him how to control his chakras. And so they go through the first chakra all the way to the 7th chakra, and they're teaching him about the energy centers in his body and how to control them. Man, first of all, that show is not for kids, but it is embedding these principles in kids early so that you understand them when you see them later. But that show is for adults. It is really for adults. Like me and Zoe, we watched that show religiously. like fucking religious. That show is so goddamn ill. You see that show, you'll understand what we're talking about. But I only say watch it because it shows you how to manipulate and how to control your energy. That's really what that show is about. Your innate energy, how to manipulate it and how not to let it get out of control. And when it does, how to make amends when it does get out of control. So I implore everybody to watch the Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's on it's actually, I think most of the episodes are on YouTube now. But if you can get those DVDs.
So it's not Legend of Korra. That's the watered down version, right?
Say it again. No. The Legend of Korra. Yeah. Nah. However, I will say, in the Legend of Korra, it's not as good as the Last Airbender, but they dropped towards the end. I don't want to tell you what's going on, but the monks are dropping some high-ass heat. I mean, spiritual knowledge-wise, in the Korra shit towards the end. It doesn't have as much spiritual heat as The Last Airbender because the writers of The Last Airbender, they went on to do other stuff, and so they don't have the same writers. But it's definitely on some high heat. However, Korra, everybody has a spirit. Each avatar has a spirit animal, right? Korra's spirit animal was a giant polar bear. Guess what his name was?
Damn, I forgot what that name.
Magoose 9.
Nope. Close though.
Man, I saw the show. I forgot what.
What's the name of my channel?
Oh yeah, Naga. Yeah, that's yeah.
The name of the polar bear was Naga.
That's right. Because I got all 4 seasons of that thing.
Yeah, y'all better recognize. They know about your ass. You don't know. Korra's walking around here on a fucking dog, riding around on a dog called Naga. And y'all don't know what the fuck is going on. All right, so back to this real quick.
All right.
Being capable of sending consciousness as
squared. It's top velocity from my theory.
Hold on, let's go back.
7 billion miles per second.
So the theory is that they all travel faster than the velocity of light, and that's why they're non-observable. And the magnetoelectric energy, its top velocity from my theory is that it's c squared. So it goes from c to c squared.
Dr. Tiller's new model of consciousness has multi-dimensions.
So just so you guys understand, c is the speed of light in science, in physics. So whenever you see the c, the symbol c, when you're dealing with mathematics and science, it represents the speed of light. So c squared is the speed of light squared.
It starts with the second chakra, being capable of sending consciousness as coherent information at a frequency beyond the gamma ray spectrum in the magnetoelectric spectrum, with wavelengths so tiny and frequencies so high they could penetrate any subatomic barrier. This level of consciousness can send coherent information at the speed of light squared, or 34.7 billion miles per second. Since the sun is approximately 93 million miles from Earth, consciousness would appear to travel from the sun to the Earth in a tiny fraction of a second, 1/373rd.
Whereas if you go to the next level, the emotion domain level, it's sort of c squared to c cubed.
Dr. Tiller's second level of consciousness, emanating from the heart center, allows coherent information to travel at the speed of light cubed, or 64.64 quadrillion miles per second. This is a level of cosmic proportions. As the speed of light travels 5.87 trillion miles per year, and the Pleiades star system is 440 light years away from Earth, or 2.58 quadrillion miles, it would take ordinary light, or radio messages, 440 years to get there. But consciousness, at this level of realization, traveling 64.64 quadrillion miles per second, could travel the 2.58 quadrillion miles to the Pleiades star system in 1/4 of a second.
If you go to the mind level, it's c cubed to c to the fourth.
Dr. Tiller's next level of consciousness, emanating from the crown chakra and higher, allows coherent information to travel to the Andromeda galaxy, 2.5 million light years from Earth, in a fraction of a second. At this level of realization, we attain ultra-cosmic consciousness. This means at these higher levels of realization, we can create a dialogue with other galaxies. The answer to how we can attain coherency, total perfect harmonic consciousness in each of our energy centers, is inside of our biology.
Very interesting fact in biology is that no two human beings are the same. And I can say that from a biological expression in regard to a simple observation. If you take cells or organs out of your body and put them into anybody else's body, those cells and organs will be rejected by that individual because their immune system will recognize it as not self. So basically it says each one of us has a self. And what was very interesting in understanding the nature of the cell's nervous system, the relationship of the membrane to the cell, was that on the surface of our cells are groups of antennas or receptors. A group of them specifically studied by medicine are referred to as self-receptors. And to me, that's a very profound title for these particular receptors, self-receptors, receivers of self. So why this is relevant is that these receptors that receive an identity are on the outer surface of the cell. The relevance to that is that whatever the self signal is, it is out in the environment and picked up by these receptors. Significance to my perception in this is that our identities are not within our biology. Our identities are part of a field, and that our biology downloads this information from the field. So the significance is that when we talk about our personal identity, we can talk about that identity isolated and localized with our physical body. But we could also talk about the same information or identity that is present in the field. So for example, Cleve Baxter did some wonderful experiments where he took cells from an individual, put them in a culture dish, and separated those cells from that individual by a distance of 40 or more miles. And what he had was an experiment where he put electrical devices to read the electrical activity of the cells in the culture dish. At the same time, he was reading the electrical activity, for example, the EEG activity of the donor of those cells who was 40 miles away. What he recognized is that if the individual had an emotional experience at that moment, the individual cells would also have an identical kind of activity occur instantaneously at the same time, even though they were 40 miles away. The relevance about this is really very supportive of the fact that the identity is not localized within the body. The identity is part of the field and spread all over the surface of the planet. Significance is this, is that then two people have two physical bodies and they can interact, but they also have two environmental identifications, meaning some kind of energy in the field that is unique to them. Since the field is all entangled and integrated with each other all over the world, that means people are never really separated from each other by physical distances in regard to their personal identity, even though their bodies may be separated. So basically, the nature of people communicating with each other is to recognize that individual identities as vibrational frequencies in a field can interact with each other, especially if there's something called harmonic resonance, meaning the two frequencies share wavelengths together so that when they come together, they vibrate together. And this is how people can actually feel other people that are closely related to them, because they can pick up the vibration of the other individual in that there's a complementarity between them and the person they're communicating with. So the significance is we have an opportunity to interact on a non-physical plane through the identity that is in the field. And this is very important because it is not localized to space or time, that people can communicate over vast differences on this planet at exactly the same moment of time.
What did he just say? When he just said all that, what did he just say?
He said in theory that human beings can be able to talk to themselves telepathically all at the same time.
Can talk to each other.
Yeah.
How so?
Telepathically. By being on the same.
He said. Sure, that's not exactly what he said. How can you? How do we talk to each other?
God.
How so? Again?
With thought.
Huh?
I said, you was talking about how you put that in a petri dish, and you get that. It'll be able to have that. The DNA will have the same type of moment or feeling. In a totally different environment. He was saying that because of the fact that you can have the same DNA as your family member, you can kind of get on that level because you can, people can feel each other or get the same sensation.
Why do they get the same sensation?
Because of the energy field.
What is that? What is the energy field doing?
Everything's connected.
Exactly.
Everything is connected, right? That's in essence. How do we? But he just said, I just want somebody to break down what he said it in the most simplest term. I just want you to repeat what he said. What did he say? We can talk to each other. How?
See.
Y'all already know. Y'all thinking too hard.
Thought. With thought and emotion.
And what is thought and what is that doing?
It's putting out energy and vibration.
But what's the last word?
I was saying it puts out energy and vibration.
The last word you just said.
Energy.
No.
Vibration.
Vibration, bruh.
Vibration. So again, this is a theme I want you guys to be understanding throughout the day. Vibratory resonance. We got a whole lot of shit to get through too. I'm about to break some shit off to y'all.
Wait. Can I ask a question real quick? If we could, human beings, right, can speak to each other telepathically because of the vibrations and the frequencies. Can that also be extended to, let's say, animals and plants, since everything is connected?
Yes.
But yeah, I thought he said that, right? He said that you could get, or not him, or some doctor on there said that.
Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I got. Let's see if we can find this real quick.
I got a question too, Kev. It's based on what the dude was saying, but it's a little bit off topic. But I'll wait till you finish this one up.
What is it?
Well, when he was saying that, like when you put the organs, when he was saying if you took the organs out of someone else's body and you put it in another person's, it would be disconnected because it knows it's not the fit of that particular entity. And I was kind of reading this week when you was telling us about the blood types from last week and the antigens. Now, is that the reason why, like, if certain types of people breed together and they don't have the right blood types, that it would fight or combat a certain blood type within itself? Like if it was creating a baby? Do you see what I mean?
You mean he said why certain blood types reject each other?
Yeah, to a degree, right.
No, think about it. Why would they reject each other?
Well, what he was saying, if you put something in some place it's not supposed to be, would not it have conflict?
Why? Why would it have conflict?
Based on what he was saying, it knows it's not supposed to be there.
Why?
Like
fuck what he's saying. He's saying, yeah, it's not.
The vibration is wrong.
What? Say somebody just said something.
The vibration is wrong.
There you go.
Because right, but my point was of saying all that was like, because I was studying shit. You can always correct me if I'm wrong, but it was saying that that's the reason why a lot of sometimes interracial shit can cause a conflict, not like technically because of it's not supposed to be. See what I mean? Like a technical reason why, not because it's the world saying it's wrong, but like technically it just don't vibrate the same.
Right, but damn it. Well, first of all, again, as you're gonna see, by the end of the day, you're gonna understand that everything is about frequency, vibration, resonance. That's it. No matter what, no matter what you want to call it, no matter which name you want to throw on it, that's all it is. But we're gonna see how deep it goes. I want you guys to really see the level it goes to. But I was trying to find. Let me see if I can find. All right, let me see if I can go back and find it. Because I want you guys to understand, we watched it. Excuse me. We watched this in the first one. Come on, man. We watched this in the first episode or the first class, but I don't know if everybody. First of all, I'm sure I don't think everybody who was in the first class is here. But
I'm kind of catching it's all vibration, but I'm still trying to fine tooth what all encompasses vibration.
Fitness blenders, hit cardio, and abs workout.
Well, hold on. So we need to hold on. Where is it? I think this is the one. Let's see.
No. We'll never get it out now.
So certain are you? Always with you, what cannot be done. Do you nothing that I say?
Master, moving stones around is one thing. This is totally different.
No, no different. Only different in your mind. You must unlearn what you have learned.
All right, I'll give it a try.
No. Why not? Do. Or do not. There is no try.
Just so y'all know, that's my ringtone. What he just said right now, do or do not, there is no try, that's my ringtone.
I was thinking about the etymology about the try. That's why I was laughing.
Here we go.
I can't. It's too big.
Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not.
Oh, wait a minute. They cut it? Oh, hold
Yeah,
up.
this is the one you had to find another one because they cut all the science out
Oh,
of
that's the bullshit. Hold up. Hold up. We got to go back.
A bootlegging Star Wars.
Man,
God damn it.
hold up. They just cut that in half. Hold up. Hold on. Let me see. This is the one.
So since we're all connected, right, and we can talk to plants and
Hold
animals.
on. Let me play this first before we.
Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not. For my ally is the Force. And a powerful ally it is. Life creates it. Makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the Force around you. You, between you, me, between. Look, everywhere. Yes, even between land and ship.
You want the impossible.
Getting that ass, Yoda. This bitch ass nigga know what's happening.
R2 know what's up.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
That is why you fail.
Woo! Love you, Yoda. That is why you fail. So, the force, he's breaking down between the tree, the rock, between land and shit. It's the energy field is what he was breaking off. And they understood this way back in the day. But what energy field is he talking about? It's when
Dark
they
matter.
Nope.
Dark energy or
There
melanin.
you go. Dark energy. They're the same. Remember, dark energy is the field of potential energy, is the pool where matter is born.
Okay.
So let's get back on this real quick because we got about 15 more minutes of this. And then we got to move on.
Can communicate over vast differences through the identity that is in the field. And this is very important because it is not localized to space or time. But people can communicate over vast differences on this planet at exactly the same moment of time.
In our current science, there are four basic forces: electromagnetism, gravity, and the strong and the weak forces, which occur in the nucleus, and they hold the nucleus of atoms together. And in our physics research, we've been learning how to unify these forces to some extent. And there's now a standard model that has a way of putting together three of them to some extent. But in current physics, there's an attitude that this pretty much explains everything you need to know in the universe. Unfortunately, that idea is based on the fact that our knowledge of physics comes from high-energy particle experiments. Scientists take elementary particles and bang them together at high speed, and they watch what happens, and they say, well, that's the universe, okay? That's what we have to explain. And our current model does a pretty good job of explaining that. What they've overlooked are a lot of other phenomena that they don't tend to study.
That is so far off. That's understanding by destruction. They say, oh, these two atoms come together and then explode. That's how the universe is created. However, everything in the universe is not created by collision. It's by harmony. Everything in the universe doesn't collide into each other. Most times it harmonizes with each other. And they don't understand that. Harmony. It's synthesized. It all works. Everything in the universe works together. Colliding, meaning we're at odds. And when we collide,
interesting that you say that too, because it's like people reproduce. It's like that's a harmony. It's not.
Yes.
I hate you. Like
right.
We had to harmonize for us to reproduce.
Right. We're not violently colliding together. Well, sometimes if the sex is good, it might be. But if you when you come together, it's a harmony. It's not you're not violently trying to destroy something. It's we're coming together on a harmony to create something new. So this is what the Caucasian don't understand. This is what their disconnection from the universe does to them. So they have to remember, they have to look, or they're looking at everything from the outside. Like, how do we, how does it work? How do we get to it? We have to dissect it. We have to pull it apart. You know what I'm saying? To analyze, the word analyze means to loosen, to unfasten. So, everything is all bound together. So we have to unfasten and loosen it up to let it fall out. Let's see what's here once it all falls out. And that's how it's Caucasian people. Whereas synthesize means to bring together, to bunch together. We're all one.
Yay. Thank goodness.
What? Somebody in the background. I hear y'all. All right, here we go. Mute your phone before I start the video, everybody.
And if you take the example I mentioned of ESP or psychic connections, that's one area which says that there are forces and ways of interacting that can't be explained by that four-force model.
When scientists measure the capabilities of subtle energy or the psychic force, it outperforms all of the other forces. Today, we store and transmit information through radio and television waves. This kind of information is likened to human consciousness, but it doesn't possess all of its qualities. Consciousness is still unique and more powerful. Radio waves and microwaves are used to broadcast voices and television pictures at the speed of light. The problem is these electromagnetic signals get weaker over distance and can distort or collapse when trying to move through solid barriers, such as walls, metal, or even mountains. After conducting hundreds of tests, scientists have discovered that subtle energy, the psychic force, is capable of penetrating.
Everybody mute your phone. There's somebody in the background. I know y'all just heard that. Who was that?
Any dimension, barrier, or distance with no loss in signal quality, even through, is capable. Scientists have discovered that subtle energy, the psychic force, is capable of penetrating any dimension, barrier, or distance with no loss in signal quality, even through vast distances in space.
Again, what is that?
Dark energy.
Oh, what is the process what he just described?
Telepathy.
Nope. On the surface, it might be, but there's no. But that didn't deal. It involves more than. Huh?
Be on the same vibration.
Almost. Just went over it. Y'all got to keep stopping. Make sure y'all understand. We can't keep moving on if y'all just watching videos and don't know what the hell's going on. What did he just say? Let's go back again.
After conducting hundreds of tests, scientists have discovered that subtle energy, the psychic force, is capable of penetrating any dimension, barrier, or distance with no loss in signal quality, even through vast distances in space.
What is that?
Superconductive.
Yep. Back and forth with no loss of energy is superconductivity. Always remember that.
The Princeton Pear Lab experiments have also shown that people's minds have the ability to affect things at a distance. They take a device called a random event generator, which makes a sequence of random ones and zeros or yeses and nos based on a quantum circuit. What they have shown is that the mind can affect how that object behaves, what the stream of ones and zeros looks like. And it does not depend how far away you are from the person influencing the experiment. Even thousands of miles away, a person is able to affect the results just as well. So we have an ability to exert a force on distant objects that does not fall into any of the known category of forces. This new force goes through barriers that would normally stop the known forces. It even acts backwards in time in certain types of experiments. This new force, the Russians have called torsion. It's known by a variety of different names. It may be the same thing as what the Chinese call qi, the essence of Chinese medicine. It appears to affect space and time. And by doing so, it affects all the other forces. And it really calls for a new re-examination of physics. Bill Tiller has called this raising the gauge.
Dr. William Tiller has conducted hundreds of tests proving that human consciousness or intention can affect the pH value of water over any distance and through any barrier or dimension.
So let's start with the unstated assumption that's been existing in science for 400 years, since the days of Descartes. And that is that...
How many experiments did he say he did?
Thousands.
No, he said hundreds. I just want to know how many niggas have done 2.
Probably like 0.
I just want y'all to understand where we are in the game. This motherfucker has done hundreds of experiments on your mental powers being able to affect matter in reality. That's what they on. We on fucking who gonna win the next championship? Next month. Where LeBron going?
Well, yeah, where LeBron gonna sign with?
All right, here we go.
Human qualities of consciousness, intention, emotion, mind, or spirit can significantly influence a well-designed target experiment in physical reality. And so in 97, I set out to seriously test that assumption, having received some important funding from a private source.
See how he said that all nonchalantly?
Yeah, almost like he didn't even want to say it.
Yeah, having received some important funding from a private source. This is all low key, meaning nigga, there's motherfuckers out here who are really trying to learn how to fucking mind off and shut your body down with their mind. They are down here paying for these experiments to learn how to do this. And not only learn how to do this, they learn how to keep other people from doing it. So just understand where they at and what you doing every day. and does it add up to what they doing?
And so the idea was to design 4 target experiments, set them up with all the kinds of controls you would have in any normal orthodox science experiment, and to then introduce consciousness into the experimental medium. The 4 experiments were intention was to increase the pH of water by 1 full pH unit with no chemical additions. And the water was in equilibrium with air. The second target experiment was to decrease the pH of the same water by 1 pH unit with no chemical additions, and again in equilibrium with air. And in both cases, the accuracy of the measurement instruments were plus or minus 0.01 pH units. So we were asking for a signature, which was the order of 100 times the noise.
So, again, really quick, anybody know what pH mean?
Potential for hydrogen.
Say it again.
Potential for hydrogen.
Yeah, what up? That's what's up. All right, so on the pH scale, it goes from 0 to 14, right? So 7 is neutral. Our bodies are 7.365 pH, which is slightly alkaline, which means you're conductive. Alkalinity means the number of dissolved metals in a solution to produce conductivity. Right, that's the scientific definition of alkaline. So when you're looking, so when he's talking about they raised the water 1 point on the pH scale, it may not seem like a lot when he's talking about we raised it 1 point because it only seems like 1 point, but you got to understand each point represents 1,000 times. So that means water at a 6 pH is 1,000 times more acidic than water at a 7. I want y'all to get that. 1,000 times.
Got you.
Not
We're just thinking of 1 point, right? In our mind, like, oh, it's only 1 point different, but it's like, nah.
1,000 times more acidic than the pH before it or above it. or you know, or the one above it is more alkaline. It's 1,000 times more alkaline than the one below it. So that's, now you understand when they're saying we're raising the level of pH in the water. So now you can understand what they're doing. They're raising it thousands of times more, the alkalinity of where it was in the acidic stage.
First, Dr. Tiller did experiments applying direct human intention to water and got positive results. He then was able to capture a human intention as if in a computer hard drive and a bioelectrical intention host device with the instructions to raise or lower the pH value in water. Regardless of distance, repeatedly, the intention was able to affect the pH value in water.
Within 3 weeks, the pH had gone up 1 pH unit. And then 3 months later, the Milan folks weighed in, and we said the same thing to them. To be part of the experiment, we wanted them to just measure background. And we used it as a control site for, again, the 3 active sites. And within 1 week, the pH went up 1.7 pH units. And we looked at our data. We found in one of the control sites in Missouri that was underground, and there the pH had gone up 1.7 pH units. So what we gathered, not only was there information entanglement over as much as 6,000 miles, but that if the measurement site was below ground, the pH went up more than 1 pH unit. If it was 3 stories up in the air, as it was in Bethesda and Baltimore, it only went up 0.8 pH units. But if it was at ground level, it went up 1 pH unit, which was the level where we first made the imprint intention into the devices.
Why did it go up more pH on the ground?
Is that where more melanin is, I'm guessing? Or from the earth?
Yeah, in a technical sense. But just in a simplistic sense. Why?
Hang, what I want to say. There's more
minerals?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's more like minerals that are much more fresher than you have on the surface of the earth.
Sort of. If I put my hand on a table, if I put my hand on a table, or you put your hand on the table, and on one end of the table, and I whack the other end of the table, you know, with a hammer or something really heavy, will you feel that vibration?
Yeah.
Right. So if I take my hand, or if you take your hand off the table, slightly above the table, and I whack it with the same thing, will you feel that vibration?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be as powerful when your hand is on the table.
Right. And why so?
Because you're kind of like what I was saying. I just wanted to explain. It's you're not close. You're away from the source. You're not as close.
The solid is more vibratory.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Would you just say?
The solid is more vibratory.
The what is more vibratory? I can't hear
the solid.
Yes. The solid is more conductive. It's now on for a physical vibration. See, so you know or the earth being alive, it can transmute more it can transmute more vibrations through it, because the earth is a live entity. So as they're trying to do the mental experiment on the ground, the earth is picking it up and transmuting, whereas when they get away from the ground, they're more disconnected from the ground. So the vibration is not as high, or the frequency is not as high.
Another amazing quality the psychic force exhibits is no distortion between sender and receiver. That means the lines of communication remain private.
I'm Gary Schwartz, and I'm currently a professor of psychology, medicine, neurology, psychiatry, and surgery at the University of Arizona, where I direct a laboratory for advances in consciousness and health. And I direct a team of people doing research that essentially integrates body, mind, and spirit. I've been doing a lot of research in the area
of energy healing and consciousness that involves energy and also extends beyond us. So
this is University of Arizona. They're doing consciousness study with mental vibration. Do you understand? These niggas at these major universities, this is a professor at the University of Arizona doing these major experiments. This is all this money that's going to in these universities going to study you and us as a whole, essentially what makes us go.
And consciousness, I've been doing a lot of research in the area of energy healing and consciousness that involves energy and also extends beyond us. So where one person's consciousness and energy can affect the physiology, biochemistry, cellular function, and conscious experience of someone else, either locally in a close proximity or even hundreds or thousands of miles away. And that's summarized in my new book, The Energy Healing Experiments. But we've done many kinds of experiments to look at both local and non-local or distal effects of intention on healing. One area of research involves what's called biophoton imaging, where we literally, using a supercooled camera, it's cooled anywhere from -70 to -100 degrees centigrade. These cameras were originally designed to look out into deep space, to photograph galaxies we cannot see with the naked eye. Well, we began to wonder if we could use these cameras to actually image living systems. So instead of looking out at space, we're looking at biology. And we began working with plants. And one of the many reasons for working with plants, besides they're fundamental to life and they relate to light, and we are very much part of connect with the plant community. But plants are also very easy to work with because they can sit in the dark for long periods of time. They sit still. And so therefore you can get very good images of the light that the plants emit. And what we found is that not only can we measure the light that's coming out of the plants, which you cannot see with the naked eye, but we can measure auras that are actually surrounding the plants. So you can see the light that's going on around the plants. Then we can actually see how the plants interact with light. So for example, if you have two geranium leaves, one next to the other, and you take a long exposure, you can actually see the extension of the light, and it's like lightning grabbing one another.
Look at that. I just want y'all to see that right there.
The plant's got an aura.
The plant has an aura. The plants have an aura. And if you can see right here, this is what he's saying. So this is the aura right here. So this is the light that the plant is emitting all within it. It's an energy, it's a light beam. As Yoda just said, luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. He just told you, we're light. So they're able to capture the light of matter, of a living, not even a matter, of a living object, right? A plant. So, but then the outer edge, all around here, is its aura, its energy field, right? That is given off. Now, these two energy fields of these two plants right here, these two energy fields are interacting. They're not touching. These two plants aren't touching, but their energy fields are connecting, which means they are interacting without an actual physical contact. Same thing over here with these two little plants right here. So again, if we go back and we understand or we remember what we were talking about melanin, plants have chlorophyll, superconductive. Melanin, thousands of times more conductive than chlorophyll. So if you see this, this is what this plant looks like on a, it's more like a Corleone camera where they capture your electromagnetic fields. If that's what it looks like, what the hell do you look like?
You see the extension of the light, and it's like lightning grabbing one another and caressing one another. You actually see the light beams connecting the two, which again has never before been seen. Now you can take healers, and healers can, for example, send healing intentions to a leaf, or they can speak specifically as to say, can you enable the leaf to glow more? And we can actually show that people who are trained as healers can actually
without touching the leaves, with their intention, send an intention for the leaves to spontaneously glow more. And then we can place them in this completely dark chamber where these images are obtained, and lo and behold, discover that the leaves are glowing. Now, you take that one step further, and you could say, well, what about people from a distance? Could people do this 10 miles away? Could they do this 100 miles away, or even 1,000 miles away? And with Lynn McTaggart, who wrote the book The Field and has written a new book called The Intention Experiment, we've been doing long distance experiments where, for example, a group of 400 people in England will together as a group for 10 minutes send an intention to a leaf in Tucson in my laboratory to glow. And we'll have two leaves. We call them leaf A and B. Each leaf has been injured. It's been, little holes have been placed in it, 16 of them in a 4x4 grid. Because when you injure a leaf, it actually glows more. Because when there's injury, there's actually the healing response involves energy. And then what we do is we have two video cameras, cam recorders, picking up the images of each of the leaves and then sending by the internet to England. Now, someone in the audience flips a coin and it comes out randomly heads or tails. And let's say they pick leaf B. At this point, the image from Tucson being sent to London of leaf B is now on the screen. And now 400 people can simultaneously send glowing intentions to the leaf that they see. Meanwhile, my research assistant in Tucson, Mark, he's blind to which leaf has been selected. Okay? After the 10 minutes, Mark is then asked to take the leaves and put them into the biophoton imaging system so we can collect these long exposure images of the leaves. And then they're blindly scored before we break the code to find out what happens. And much to my absolute amazement, sure enough, if leaf B was selected from a distant group and they could actually see the leaf, they're able to affect the glowing of that leaf compared to a match control.
Now, what did that entail?
Them consciously being aware of the leaf they were trying to.
Consciously aware of the leaf, meaning they had to be able to do what?
See the leaf.
See the leaf. Visualize. Visualization is a key part of pretty much everything that you're going to do to raise your consciousness. Because everything that you believe that's a superpower or that's supernatural, you have to be able to see yourself doing it in your mind, because that's the true place that it exists anyway. That's the energy field. So you have to be able to see yourself doing it, and then it manifests in the physical realm afterwards. Remember, energy, what you see in the physical realm first was a thought. It was energy first that became matter. So if you want your body to do anything, if you want to do anything, period, you should think it out first, no matter what, even if it's going to the store. But when I go to the store, I literally, before I leave, I picture pretty much every move I'm going to make when I go to the store. I'm about to walk down the street, I'm about to walk across this damn street right here, about to go in there, not having problems, go to this aisle, go to this, just light, and boom, it just goes all of a sudden. When I think about driving, when I go out driving, all right, I'm about to take this path, I'm about to do this. Everything I do, I visualize it first. And then it pretty much works out exactly the way I visualized it. Another cat used to think like that was Phil Jackson, coach of the Bulls and the Lakers. He would have everybody sit around and meditate, but visualize. And so he would tell them, they literally do visualization sessions. Visualize the championship. Visualize yourself going through the playoffs. Visualize yourself beating this, beating this team or that team or whatever you have to do to get to the playoff, playing hard, making baskets. So he would do this every time beforehand. And then when they would get into the playoffs, specifically, then they would have more concentrated sessions of the team they were playing. And then, if you were really on it, you would go home and do stuff like that. So case in point, like Kobe Bryant, when he went on a tear one time where he dropped like 50, he dropped like 60 points or 50 straight points in 4 straight games, 50 points in 4 straight games in a row. And then they asked him, how did he do it? Like, they was like, how do you say, does the basket look like does the basket look like an ocean? How are you able to keep doing this? And he was like, he said two things more profound that were really profound. He's like, no, he says, not really. He says, I just see the ball going in. He's like, he said, when I shoot the ball, I see it going in. And then he says the illest thing ever. He just said, I already see it going in, so I know it's going in. I just have to accept the fact that it's going in. Do y'all understand what that meant?
He thought it, and it came true. He visualized.
Yeah, he visualized. But do you understand what he meant when he said, "I just have to accept the fact that it's going in"?
Don't let his thoughts mess it up.
Sorta, but his thought created it.
Right.
So what is he saying when he says, "Look," he says, "No, it's not the hoop is not an ocean. I just see the ball going in, and then I just have to accept the fact that it's going in." What is he saying?
All is mine.
All is mine. Meaning, nigga, if it happened to, say it again. You keep going.
I'm about to say, all is mine. Mine is all. It's the first principle.
Right. So, and ultimately, what he's saying is,
he spoke it into his own reality. He spoke. His thoughts. He believed that he was gonna make the shot, and he spoke it into reality.
No, it ain't belief. See, there you go. Belief doesn't require any fact, any evidence. See, get away from belief. He didn't believe.
He knew.
He knew. He said, "I see the ball going in his mind." So if mind is everything, then if the ball went in his mind, then it already went in. He said, "I just have to accept the fact that it went in my mind already. So now I'm just completing the transaction." That was some of the dude. When I heard Kobe say that, I knew he was on a far different level than any other nigga who played the game. This nigga said, "I see the ball going in. I just have to accept that it's going in." Do y'all understand the mental level of a nigga who says, "Yeah, nigga, all is mine. Whatever I see in my mind is real. I just have to accept it."
And be able to produce it.
Huh?
And then you would be able to physically produce it.
Right. It'll manifest. It'll manifest if the two things are in harmony. If you're knowing of what's going on, like, so if you create what's going on here, and then you know that what you create in your mind will manifest, those things are in harmony, and it will. But if he had a doubt, or if he only believed what he saw, then that still implies doubt. He said, "Nah, I saw it going in. I just have to accept the fact that it's going in." So that's some ill level shit that you want to get your mind to. Back to it.
German physicist Fritz Albert Pop proved the existence of biophotons, that all living organisms, including humans, had auras that transmitted and received intelligent signals. He also found that plants communicate at a distance with one another by their transmissions and receptions of biophotons. This digital photograph of a giant palm tree shows something extraordinary that appeared invisible to the naked eye. A 2 to 3 foot wide orb of plasma light. It even has a green plasma membrane, kind of like a giant cell. Are plants in communication with invisible beings of light? Could we be in communication through Einstein's action at a distance with our future soul matches as friends, loves, husbands, wives, teachers, business partners, and spiritual mentors before we meet in person for the first time? Could this communication be happening based on our current thoughts, feelings, patterns, and our personal energy signature?
The universe is you. So when it says, "Does it hear you?" it's not something separate outside of your body. So when you talk to the universe, you're talking to yourself. So it's not, it's not even does it hear you, it is you. It responds to whatever you say. It doesn't have to hear you, it is you. It's gonna do whatever you say.
Into existence.
Yeah. So there was one little part we had to skip past.
Kind of like asking, does your arm hear you when you say, grab that soda over there?
Right. Right. Exactly. So let's get to this, and then that's the last part.
In your day-to-day basis.
Dr. Bruce Lipton has made a remarkable discovery by observing how biological cells can be in communication with one another at a distance.
There's an interesting understanding in biology about how one can separate proteins in a mixture which contains thousands of different proteins. And basically how it works is you take a drop of this mixture of thousands of different proteins, you put it on the surface of a gel. And what you do is run an electric current through this gel surface. And what happens is, because each protein has its own unique vibrational frequency and mass to it, each protein responds to the field with its own unique characteristics. So as a result of putting the proteins in a field, it causes the proteins to move in that field. Some proteins move faster than other proteins, so the net result is that the proteins actually begin to sort themselves out on a petri dish. And ultimately, if you continue doing this, you can identify individual clusters of proteins that share common characteristics because they will move at the same rate of speed on this gel. We apply this to an understanding of humans as protein mechanisms. Each one of us has our own unique identifying frequency to it. Each one of us on the surface of the earth is like a protein on the gel. Interestingly enough, the field forces around us, the invisible forces, influence our movement on the surface. So during our lives, we move across the surface of a planet from one place to another. And ultimately, if we share vibrational frequencies with other people, it's inevitable that at some point, we will ultimately cross paths, just as proteins do in what is called chromatography or gel electrophoresis. So basically, it's a very interesting understanding that we will ultimately meet up, if we continue our movements, with people that share our vibrational frequencies. And they're very exciting opportunities when we do, because at that moment, when you start to encounter the person that has a complementary frequency to you, the harmonic resonance actually empowers your own vibration. We call it good vibes. And in that regard, you can actually identify people that are in some way related to you and your harmonics, because if their vibration is similar to you, the two of them coming together is called constructive interference, which empowers each of the individuals, and that empowerment is physically felt as much more energy in your body. And we refer to this as I mentioned, as good vibes, so that we actually have a sensory system and awareness of when people that are very similar to us or supportive or complementary to us come into our field. I should also acknowledge that there are other people who actually cancel our energies just as well. That's called destructive interference, so that when some people come together, they actually lose energy and feel weaker, and we refer to that as bad vibes. So the nature of our communications are, there's a vibrational communication that precedes our verbal communication.
All right, so we're gonna stop it right there. But did you just hear what he said? He didn't say proteins that look like the same. He didn't say people you walk out, you'll eventually look up with people who look like you. What did he say?
It's inevitable.
Inevitable.
The vibration.
For you to do what?
It's inevitable for you to link up with people that are on your same frequency or have the same vibe.
Yes.
Vibration that you do.
Yes, and that's how you find the people who are of your same clan. Well, clan means more family, but bloodline. Clan means more family bloodline, but this is more of your spirit resonance people, and they may not look like you. You know what I'm saying? I just want you to understand people are really caught up on, oh, we are together. I need to do this. No. If the person that you get with is on your same vibration, they look like you. But that gotta be a prerequisite. Is a person is a person looking like you for you to be able to get with them and do some shit. Because just like you said, there's deconstructive resonance or bad vibes where your vibration, your harmony is just off. You've heard bad songs before. You've heard a song where a motherfucker hit the wrong note, and everybody in the band look at that nigga like, what the fuck did you just do? Like you know, if you haven't seen that, you can see them in different movies or just pull up a video of that. But you know what I'm saying, when it happens, everybody's on it and somebody hits that wrong key, everybody's like, what? Oh shit. Like you feel it. Everybody else is on this one vibration, and this nigga comes in off on the key. He's like, oh damn, that didn't even feel right. So same.
You go watch any James Brown concert, you'll see it.
Right. That's real. So let's get to the other stuff that we had to do.
Hey, but Kev, let me can I ask you a question? So, you know, that makes sense when you talk about the fact that you know, get on the level with people on your level, you know, the energy as far as that. But you know, when you watch, like, you know, how you were talking about the whole thing when you watch the Masons and stuff, right? When I look at that, I look at them putting people, they had to get on their path. You know what I mean? So if you look at it, all those people are coming into that world, and they have to go by the energy of which those people have put there. So like those rituals and all that stuff. So you have to be on their level, you know, on their energy to a certain extent.
You mean when from the Masons, whatever vibration they're putting out?
Yeah. You have to do that. Where sometimes when I look at, like, when I look at it, sometimes, like, I was looking at the civil rights and stuff, and I was looking at how people would, like, you have people from different they were kind of on the same energy, I feel like on the same stuff, but it was a known fact that they said that when Caucasian people came, that sometimes we will, like, try to, you know, well, they know more or something like that, so people would kind of come in and change, you know, they'll get on that and they'll say, well, we should do this and we should do that, and a lot of people said that sometimes they would come in and they would change the whole way we were going by doing things. So
right. Well, what they said in that Melanin book, it said in the '60s that the civil rights movement was because their melanin was turned up. It says that in that book, that they're the so-called cause of the recent uprising, and they were talking about in the '60s, civil rights movement. Mute your phone. Make sure you mute your phone. I can pick the mic, picks up all that movement and stuff in the back. So somebody mute your phone. Everybody, I can see whose phone is muted. Everybody's phone is not muted. Only so I made me lose my thought. What was I talking about?
Talking about the civil rights movement and
so in the Melanin book, it talks about that everybody was vibrationally on the same frequency, which literally created a movement. Same thing with Black Panthers. Black Panthers were vibrating on the same frequency, and they created probably the biggest group of activists, black melanated activists that has been around. Like, nobody, you can have melanated groups today, but they ain't active. They not active. Nobody doing shit, especially not to help the system or to help the people. We think we was curing sickle, or not curing, but we were treating sickle cell, and we had dentists and free dentists and all kind of stuff. And we had doctors donating their time to these clinics every week, and I mean, we had literally organization cracking. You don't have that today. That's everybody being on the same vibration. They came in and with COINTELPRO, and they broke all that up. That was the disharmony vibration. Everybody's on some harmony shit. Then COINTELPRO comes in and they say, hey, them motherfucking niggas them Black Panthers on the East Coast, they ain't like the West Coast Black Panthers. These niggas is doing this. Woo, 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 woo. Then Black Panthers on the West Coast hear about some shit that the East Coast niggas were saying. What? They said, what? What? And then here comes the disharmony. And that was all a COINTELPRO op to break up the Black Panthers with disharmony. Again, see, disharmony. Get the vibration off. So let's go to Greg Brayton real quick. These are pretty quick. I just wanted, we're staying on frequency and vibration. You guys should have watched this 0 point, but we're getting into this today.
Form. In this pattern, you'll begin to understand now why the magnetics of the earth falling and the frequency increasing, why they're so important to you. A gentleman named Hans Jenny, who's no longer with us, developed this science of cymatics back in the late 1940s. And essentially what he said is this: for every vibration, whether it's an audible sound or an inaudible frequency, for every audible or every pattern of vibration as it's projected into some media, some form of matter, there will be a predictable, repeatable, consistent pattern. And when the vibration changes, that pattern changes. And when the vibration goes back to what it was, the pattern goes back to what it was. Well, what I'd like to do now is show you a series of cymatic images so that you can see this with your own eyes, so that you can feel this with your body. There's a body resonance that I'd like for you to have before we move forward with this discussion. So what you will see now is a series of cymatic images, and I'll let you watch them, listen to them, and then we'll come back and discuss those. The image you're seeing is a cymatics image. It's the result of a vibration being projected into a media. And what you'll notice is that the higher the frequencies of the vibration you're seeing, the more complex the patterns. As you watch carefully, you'll see these patterns will become more and more complex, resulting or being the result of increasingly complex and higher frequencies.
I just want you guys to pay attention to what you're seeing right now. This is sound creating shape. Nothing else but sound. This is just pollen. This is pollen from a plant on a black plate, These motherfuckers, all they're doing is they hooked up an electrode to the black plate where they can send vibration like from a speaker, send it right into there, and then ramp up the vibration. And every time they change the vibration, you see the form change in the powder, which means sound creates form, or vibration and frequency creates form. Let's keep watching.
If you listen carefully, you can just barely hear these sounds. See how much more complex this image is as a result of the higher frequency.
So that's something else I want you to put in your mind. The higher the frequency, the more complex the form that is created. That also includes humans. When you are of a high vibration, you will be of a very complex, you will be a very complex, beautiful form. Simple motherfuckers who don't think about shit, their vibration is super low. You know what I'm saying?
Is this in terms of beauty?
No, this has nothing to do. It's consciousness.
Okay.
So this is about your consciousness, because it's some beautiful dumb motherfuckers.
Right. that's what I'm like. What?
Dumb motherfuckers. No. Now they will say there's been experiments that certain people would people who are more attractive have a tendency towards a higher IQ if they cultivate it. But you know, this is some studies they just showed. But again, it's all more about your consciousness. The higher the frequency of your vibration, the more complex your consciousness will be.
Since there are things around you right now that you can't see because you're not on that higher frequency.
Right. Well, the higher frequencies and vibrations, if they manifest in the physical plane, they will look very complex. So the frequency is there regardless. It's just there. When it starts to manifest in the physical plane, that's when you will see its shape, and its form will tell how high the vibration was.
Oh, I got. Well, does that mean like if you looked at a human brain and it had more crevices or something in it, that would be kind of the vibration affecting the?
Yeah, because you're thinking more. So the more thoughts and more time, the more you learn, you create more brain fibers or synapses. So the person who's more learned he's going to have a denser brain with more synapses than the person who just goes to 7-Eleven and get a big gulp every day and don't do shit. So let's keep watching.
Hey, Kev, I got a question. So is this why they playing with the music?
This is why what?
Is this why they playing with the music? Like the vibration and the tone and the frequency of the music that the kids listen to today?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's called mixing. So when in the studio, after you create you make your track, then it goes through something called mixing. And so like Dr. Dre is considered one of the best mixers in the in the game ever. But when you mix, that's when you fine tune the frequency of the sound. So the sound like boom, then you got to really fine tune it to get the right crisp bass, or fine tune it to get the vocal inflection. Like if a singer's trying to really hit a note, then I have to really mix this sound so that everybody hears and gets that note. So it's basically clearing the vibration or clarity of vibration when somebody mixes something. Now it can do that, or it can break your shit down depending on the frequency of the vibration. That's why I say rock music is on some other bullshit. Like rock music, it looks like chaos. That would probably look like chaos in this pop. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's insane. But you know what I'm saying? It depends on what vibration you're on. Music can affect your vibration, but ultimately what vibration you're on chooses what music you listen to.
This is being narrated by a gentleman named Dr. Peter Guy Manners. And you'll hear Dr. Manners' voice throughout as we see these different cymatics images. These sounds are being projected into a media of lycopodium. It is the spore of the mugwort plant. And it's the lycopodium, the particles of lycopodium that you're seeing in motion throughout. Now, this particular image, watch what happens as the frequencies increase. If you were to look at a single particle, it would look like it was in chaos. And when you back off and look at the overall particles, you see there is a very high order.
Transition to a mobile flowing phase. And back again to the figure.
So when things are transitioning from vibration to vibration, they look messy. You just call it the transition phase. So when you're moving, you just don't go from form to form. You have to go from form. Then when you're moving to a different level of vibration, it may look messy, but it's still an order to it. Everything is still on a certain path. And as long as you continue with that vibration and frequency, you will eventually reach that path or form.
Kind of like marching bands when they do that.
Exactly.
Shit makes no sense until you look at it from a distance
Yep.
at an angle.
Yep. And now you're starting to see that's what the Kabbalion meant by as above, so below. You're no different. Cells move in this way. All your cells look like that. Everything looks like that. Atoms, particles. So just like you said, a band. Right. Take a band when they're trying to make up a word or something like that. Or a form, you know what I'm saying, or some type of shape on the field. When they make that shape, it looks beautiful. Then when they're transitioning into another shape, it looks like chaos until they hit it. Bam. So you're right, exactly the same thing.
The sonorous figures represent stationary waves. But now we can also observe moving waves. Here, the sand is flowing with current.
I want you to pay attention to the flowing up, boom, and then goes right to order.
Look at the rotational effect that you're seeing here. As the frequencies increase, the system responds through rotation.
Spin.
And you'll see this very well in the next few seconds.
These currents produce a lingering
rotating. Look at that.
Now look at this. If you did not know any better, you may believe that you are looking at an image of interstellar space through a telescope. These look like galaxies. What is it that drives the rotational effect?
Or hurricanes.
What is it that drives the rotation of the planets? What is it that drives and impacts the rotation of Earth? Now, what we've seen up until now are single signals, single frequencies projected in the matter. What you're seeing here now are interference patterns of 2 or more frequencies resulting in a pulse, the pulse of the human heart, the pulse that drives the blood through the veins in your bodies. What is your heart responding to? Where does that pulse come from? These systems look almost alive.
Look at that.
Simply the result of vibration. When the vibration stops, the patterns stop.
Watch the other part.
So I'm going to go over to the board and sound. What you are doing is generating a pattern within the liquid crystal structure of your body that you is that affects your but the relate. Now, you've seen with your own eyes, you've seen what the relationship is between sound and form. And the reason I wanted you to see that before we go forward with this, I know that you know that vibration affects your world. What you may not have considered is that emotion is a vibration. Feelings are vibrations. When you emote and when you feel, what you are doing is generating a pattern within the liquid crystal structure of your body that you call muscle and tissue. Your emotions and your feelings are holding these patterns in place. Now, what's happening in your lives is that Earth is going through a vibratory shift. The liquid crystal of your body is attempting to accommodate that shift. And to the degree that emotion is allowed within your body, to the degree that you allow your emotions to allow the patterns to unfold within your body, to that degree do you experience a graceful transition. And here's how it happens. This is exactly the way this process works. This is not a metaphor. I'm going to describe to you now something the ancients called the sacred circuit. In our tradition, when I was in school, when you were in school, you were taught that our cells, the cells, the DNA in our body, are regulated by the brain. That the brain regulates the immune system of our body and all of our regulatory functions, the heating and cooling of the body, our metabolism, aging and deterioration. I make a distinction between aging and deterioration. You will all be 4 hours older. This is a 4-hour video. 4 hours older after you've seen this video, and you don't care about that. Did you deteriorate in those 4 hours? That's what you care about. And if you did, why? Do we have to deteriorate? All of our responses to the external environment, we're conditioned that our brain regulates all of those. And I won't say that that's not true. What I'll say is that that is incomplete, because the brain responds to a pulse, an electromagnetic signal, and that is how it regulates these cells. Where does that signal come from? Well, researchers asked the same question, and about 2 years ago, 1994, 93, 94, what researchers discovered was that the brain does in fact have a signal, and it responds and directs the signal, receives a signal directly from the human heart. That there is actually a circuit, a resonant tuning between the human heart and the brain and the cells of our body. And it didn't take researchers long to say, well, if that's true, where does the heart get its signal? And this isn't a heartbeat. We're not talking about the heartbeat. We're talking about the electromagnetic pulse of the heart that you would get in an EKG, for example. Well, it didn't take researchers long to discover that the Earth is, in fact, tuned to something else. The Earth receives its signals from something else directly from the Earth. So what we can say is that there is a circuit that moves from the Earth to the heart, to the brain, to the cells of our body, a tuned resonant circuit. It's not about wires connecting things together. It's a vibratory tuning. And this system that we have is a system that is ongoing. Anytime there's a change anywhere in this system, everything from that point down must change.
Does anybody offhand know what that frequency is? From the earth to the heart to the brain to the cells? I'll give you a hint. It's universal. It's a universal frequency. It's the same frequency.
On.
Huh?
Oh.
Is it on?
Yep. Exactly.
So look at what's happening right now. We just defined the changes the Earth is going through. Magnetic changes, frequency changes. Everything down in the system must respond and accommodate that change. Your heart.
And just for the people who are watching this video, you may not understand what she said, it's Om. O-M. When you chant Om, that frequency of vibration is the same frequency and vibration of every living thing, every planet, throughout every star, throughout the universe. Vibration.
Hey, Kev, have they done a, you know how you were just showing us with the resonance with the plates? Have they tried to see what shape takes place when they do that with the Om?
I don't know. I haven't seen.
Okay.
I haven't seen anybody do that.
Must accommodate that change to successfully transition. So what we say is the Earth entrains the heart, and the heart entrains the brain, and the brain entrains the cells. This is the sacred circuit. So another view of the circuit looks like this, because the circuit goes on from our Earth. Here's the cells of your body. There's your brain, your heart. Your heart is tuned to the Earth. Well, where does the Earth get its signals? From our nearest star, our sun. Remember in the very beginning of our talk, we said that our sun is going through a tremendous transition right now. It's losing magnetics, going to steady state magnetics. Well, if Earth is tuned to our sun, I would expect that Earth would follow suit. And what are researchers telling us about Earth? Earth is indeed losing the magnetics. Our star is tuned to something, whatever that energy source is, at the center of our Milky Way. The very first slide, second slide. We saw that at that center, the great central sun, as the ancients called it, the center of the Milky Way, that signal changed. In 1991, we began to pick up a new signal that is cascading down through this resonant circuit. So from this very simple diagram, from this conceptual model, you can see that truly the cells of your body, you are truly part of all that you see, resonantly tuned to your world. And you ask yourself, if we have this resonance, if we are always tuned to our world, then why aren't we always tuned to our world? Why aren't we always tuned to the Earth as the Earth goes through the shifts that Earth is going through? And it's a very good question, and it's the crux of where we go from this point forward, because you and I have the luxury, we have the opportunity of emotion in our lives, and different components of emotion either enable or disable or impede the body's ability to maintain its tuning to the Earth. Fear. Fear is a powerful ally in the experience of human expression. Fear is also a very powerful...
Now, I really want you guys to pay attention to this section right here. He's about to break down fear and love as a frequency and a wave.
Discordant frequency that disallows the tuning of the human body to the Earth. And fear in our culture, fear has many masks. Now here is our tuned resonant circuit again. Here's the cells, the brain, the heart, the Earth. Traditionally, now admittedly this is changing right now within the last few years. Traditionally, this is what we've done. Between our heart and our brain, we have cut ourselves off. We've separated mind knowing from heart knowing in our world. And the ancients have told us, the indigenous peoples have said for years, love your earth, love your home. That's the key to harmony in your world. To a 20th century male-oriented, schematically diagrammed Western technological society, that doesn't mean much when you say love your earth. Now, as we're able to establish this resonant relationship, we know what that's saying. And the same thing happens between the heart and the brain. Historically, we have cut ourselves off from our planet and from our brain simply through our life patterns and choices of lifestyle and the way that we've chosen to live. And that is changing now as we remember, as we heal this circuit, we heal the process. Fear is the only pattern that I'm aware of, the interference pattern that prevents whole earth, heart, brain, cell resonance. And in our culture, fear has many masks. Now, I placed this image here, not knowing how it would come out across the video. We'll try this and we'll see. But this is an experiment that was done at Bell Labs in New Jersey, and it's kind of interesting. Down below, what you see are 200 blocks. It's a combination of 200 blocks of black, white, and gray that are randomly organized, and that's what that is. Up above, when I ask people what they are seeing in this arrangement, this array of these same 200 blocks, just arranged differently, more often than not, what they'll say is a man, and then they are even specific enough to say Abraham Lincoln in some cases. Well, this isn't Abraham Lincoln at all. And if I take this image, I've done this, taken it to a country where men do not grow facial hair and where they've never heard of Abraham Lincoln, they won't see a man here at all. We see it in this country. And the reason that we see that is the reason that I'm showing it to you here. Because your brain attempts to make sense out of all the information that comes to it. And when it finds something it cannot recognize, it finds the next best pattern, the closest thing that it knows, to assign meaning to that pattern. So this is an example of how we do this with our brain and with our eyes. You and I do precisely the same thing through emotion and feeling. We generalize patterns of feeling. Fear has many, many masks in our society. It's not always Stephen King, pure, unadulterated, shaking your boots fear. If you are able to use any or any combination of these terms to describe some relationship in your life, anger, jealousy, egos, aggressiveness, control, overprotective, smothering, trust issues, depression, emotional unavailability, physical unavailability, prejudiceness, unhappiness, judgment. If you're able to use any or some combination of those words, what you're describing to yourself in the honesty of that description is that you are experiencing fear in that relationship. And it's not bad. I'll be very clear. It is not bad to experience fear. What we are choosing to do is redefine the patterns of fear in our lives so that they may become our friends and our tremendous allies, indicating to us the portions of ourselves, of this liquid crystal matrix, that have not found balance in our world.
So I'm gonna move to the experiment.
Archaeological remnants between 50 and 100,000 years old, reaching 2 miles long and resembling very closely many of the archaeological sites here on Earth. Well, this was our definition of life, and we didn't find any life on Mars biologically, so we say there is no life there. Well, when we define that life, what we say is it takes 6 components: water, fats, lipids, proteins, salts, carbohydrates, and nucleic acids to create the life as we know life on Earth. And it's the nucleic acids that we'll focus on. DNA, everyone knows about DNA now because of the O.J. Simpson trial. If nothing else, everybody knows what DNA is all about. What we can say essentially is that DNA...
You guys can tell this is about 20 years ago, right?
OJ trial.
Yeah, that was in 95. This was created, I think he did this in 99 or something like that. But the funny thing is, this motherfucker recorded this on my birthday. This is hilarious.
We didn't need the OJ trial. That hairdo is telling you this is a while back.
Well, that's
the mullet, yeah.
You got the same damn hairdo right now. Go punch him up. Hey, you guys should sign up to Gaia TV. If you guys haven't signed up to the Gaia channel, I think it's on YouTube or Gaia TV. It's only like $1.99 a month. But
I got that.
All these videos, he's one of the heads of Gaia TV. So he's one of the dudes who created it. So
makes RNA, RNA makes proteins, And proteins allow the amino acids in our bodies to be what they are. And that all sounds very technical. And what I'll say is you do not have to know any of that. I'm going to offer this from a very different perspective. Now think about this. The reason I put this slide here is so that you can see each of these amino acids, this one here, this one here, this one here. As the amino acids are different, they have a different form, a different geometry, a different shape. I think you can see that. And this is a close-up of more of those amino acids. Notice how this is alanine, for example. Looks like a lollipop. And here we have aspartic acid. Looks like a Y with an extension on, on the bottom of it. Each of these amino acids has a very specific form. It's a pattern. It's a shape. And what I'll ask you to do is to simply consider these as microantennae, microchakras, because that is from a metaphoric perspective. It's precisely the role that they play. Microantennas, microchakras. Now we have codes for these antennas. And our codes are 3-digit codes, UCU, GAU. These are chemical codes that we use to define different combinations of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen that go into making these antennae. So what I have on this list right here, these are the 20 known amino acids, the 20 known antennae that define human as you and I know human today. Some of these you've probably heard about, the lysine and the tryptophan that has been very controversial on the markets today. So you may think of these as the 20 antennae that we have available to us right now. So the 64 possibilities of codes that we call the human genetic code are what you're seeing here. And there's a mystery surrounding these codes. And this is a mystery that has been with us, the life sciences, even to this moment, And the mystery looks like this. We have 64 possibilities, and of these 64 possibilities, it appears that only 20 of these codes are turned on right now for us, the 20 amino acids. So I'm going to go over to the board, and let's look at this and see what this means to us. 64 possibilities of code that we have available to us. Why aren't all 64 possibilities turned on? We have 20 amino acids. If these are antennae, we have 64 possibilities of antenna. If only 20 antennae are turned on, where are the rest of them? Where are the rest of the antenna? Why don't we have the other 44 antennae turned on for us? That's the mystery in the life sciences. That continues to be a mystery in this moment.
Are you guys following what he's saying?
Yep. Is that like chromosomes stuff?
No. These are amino acids on your DNA strand, on the strands of your DNA. So chromosomes are something different. That's your genetic. That's more your chromosomes is passed down to you from person to person. But these are the things. These are the amino acids that create the human. So all humans, not just one of them. Your chromosomes can be passed down, and they can be different from person to person depending on who your pops and who your moms was. But this is every person in the world. You have a possibility of 64 possible DNA antennae on your protein antennae on your DNA strand, right? Only 20 are turned on. They don't know why the other 44 ain't turned on.
Is that like similar to when they say we don't use all our brain?
Right. We only use about 3 to 10% of your brain. So yeah, that's kind of the same thing. So why is that? Now he's about to get into that real quick.
Well, let's look into this a little deeper, and I'd like to share some new research with you that's coming out. With just the last few months, researchers are lending us new clues and new evidence into what this information means. For example, I've put a box around the amino acid of leucine. So leucine is defined as UUA. That's a leucine, and that's fine. But look at this. UUG is a completely different chemical combination, and it's still leucine. And CUU is still leucine, CUC, CUA, CUG. Why is it that all of these don't result in separate individual and different patterns? Why do they all code for exactly the same amino acid of leucine? Why are they so generalized? That's the mystery in the life sciences today. Well, what researchers have been able to show us, and this is a pretty amazing thing to say, the mystery has always been, when we look at genetic codes, when we see those amino acids lined up on the double helix, what is it that determines whether the amino acids, whether the antenna are turned off or on? Well, within just recent years, through the HeartMath Institute, people like Dan Winter working with HeartMath, what has been discovered is this, is that there is a switch that turns off and turns on where those coding sites lie, and that the switch for that turning off and turning on is what we call emotion. And this is the first time that we've ever seen the patterns of emotion directly physically linked to human genetic material. So what I'm saying is this: when you look at the double helix, the green is the double helix of the DNA on this image. What Dan Winter says is the long wave of emotion programs this shorter wave of DNA. So emotion, the long wave, the long red wave of emotion, wherever this wave of emotion touches, where it crosses this double helix, is what determines where the site is that that code will either be turned off or turned on. If we're going to have an antenna at this site, it will only be turned on if the wave of emotion crosses this, this double helix. Well, this is really interesting for us because two things. First of all, the waves of emotion, researchers have determined that you and I are primarily capable of only two emotions, many derivatives of those emotions, and two primary emotions, fear and love. Fear and love. Well, fear is a long, slow wave of emotion. So this wave of fear is a long, slow wave and touches relatively few sites on this DNA. So an individual living in fear is limited to the number of antennae that they have available to them, whereas an individual living in the pattern of love, this is love in DNA, you can see it's a higher frequency, shorter wavelength. We have many more potential sites for coding along that genetic pattern. This information, this is amazing. This is the first time we've ever had a hard digital link between emotion and genetics. And what we're saying is this, that the way you interpret and perceive emotion in your lives directly, linearly affects and determines how your body responds genetically. In compassion, in love, you have the opportunity, and it is an opportunity, to encode many more genetic patterns within your body. When you live in fear, when you live in depression, it's not wrong and it's not bad. Please do not hear that. What fear and depression allow you to do is to have the opportunity of the consequence of fewer numbers of those codes that are turned on, and they're changeable. You have the opportunity through your life to determine which of these codes you're actually using.
All right. So that's what you guys need to watch this whole thing. He breaks off a whole lot of shit. So what did y'all get from there? What did he say? Before we move on.
If you love, you'll be vibrating way higher.
Right.
All the vibrations at some point are necessary.
Say again?
All those vibrations at some point are necessary.
I don't know if that's what he was saying. He was saying because he was saying that the reason he was saying fear isn't bad is because these are states of existence. Like some people, you live in a state of fear, but it's supposed to be a school for you. You're supposed to learn from fear and move on how to be connected. If you're connected, you don't live in fear. So again, as he was showing about the wave, slow wave or whatever. See if I can go back. So the fear is a very slow wave of emotion. Hits very little antennae on your DNA, meaning you don't receive a lot from the universe when you're in fear. When you're in love and it goes, it's turning on most points on that DNA, and you receive so many more different vibrations from the universe. So not everyone is living with the 20 DNA strand thing. Some people who are vibrating higher have more turned on. So he was just saying this as a base. This is what most people have, is that 20, those 20 amino acids turned on. But you can turn more on by raising your elevation or your vibration. So let's get back. See, so there's some other stuff we got to deal with. So from that, let's see, where's the other stuff? So we need to get more into, so I don't know if you guys ever heard of a guy named John Hutchinson. He produced something called the Hutchinson Effect. Also, there was a guy named who worked back in the day. His name was Otis T. Carr, and he worked with Nikola Tesla. So that's what we're gonna watch that first, and then we'll get into because it's also Otis Carr, but it's also this guy named Ralph Ring. So we need all these three guys, Otis T. Carr, Ralph Ring, and Nikola Tesla, all kind of combined because of the technology they were working on for the government. So we're about to check that out real quick.
Awake, Aware, and Alive, exposing lies and expanding minds. And today we're going to talk about a man known by none other than Otis T. Carr. Otis T. Carr, born December 7th, 1904, was the first to emerge in the 1950s in Baltimore, Maryland.
So what we're doing now is seeing, we're now, the first part of the class, we're getting into vibration, what your body can do. Now we're really seeing scientifically the effect of sound, the power of sound and vibration, and how they've been using it and what they've been doing with it.
Founding his company known as OTC Enterprises, a company which supported and advanced and applied technology originally suggested by Nikola Tesla. Carr patented a flying saucer and asserted that he was working on a full-size version which could fly to the moon and return in less than 1 day, which he used 2 counter-rotating metal plates spinning electromagnetics and large capacitors, which when spinning charged and powered a battery which became activated by the energy of space. Carr also claimed to have invented the gravity electric generator, the Neutron electric battery, the Carotto gravity motor, and the photon gun. I'm going to play a clip of the interview with a guy that worked alongside Otis T. Carr. Unfortunately, Otis T. Carr passed away September 20th, 1982. But this man's name is Ralph Ring that worked alongside him. So you guys watch this. Tell me what you think. Comments below. And I'll see you guys.
And a great humanitarian. Nikola Tesla was a great inventor and a great humanitarian. Well, Tesla wanted to get into his field, which was free, if you will, energy that comes from the surroundings. He was hired by J.P. Morgan to work with Westinghouse and Edison companies. And
so you already understand that Nikola Tesla, his main thing was about free energy. His philosophy was energy is all around us. You just need to be able to tap into it. And so he created something called free energy, where he was able to literally get energy from the Earth's magnetic field, and it can power a town or a city or the world for like a year. They destroyed his thing. They destroyed it when he built it. J.P. Morgan at the time was doing. They were setting up the power grid, and so actually Nikola Tesla worked for J.P. Morgan when he came up with free energy. That's who actually funded it. And so when he came up with free energy, J.P. Morgan was like, "Nigga, you crazy? We can't make no money off of this." so J.P. Morgan scrapped it and created helped create the power grid or the energy grid. But Nikola Tesla found a way for you to be able to tap into energy freely, literally just from sticking something in the ground and attaching yourself to the Earth's magnetic field. Very similar to what the Commetans did when they would stick that dipole, their staff, into the ground, ground themselves to the Earth's magnetic field, and then use that power to do all the shit that they did. Like levitate bricks to make the pyramids.
The East Coast, and Tesla said that's Edison companies and the East Coast, and Tesla said that's, I've got it made. I think we can now transmit electrical power through the Earth, through the ionosphere, without any wires or telephone poles. If you gave a device, like a free energy device, a generator that would service all their needs in their home for free, they could then bring out their creative talents, which they were born with and been suppressed because they've had to toil for a living. They could be tremendous artists beyond our dreams, tremendous engineers beyond our dreams. J.P. Morgan was not buying it. He said, no, we're going to have to tear this stuff down. So Tesla kind of pulled back into himself and decided, well, I guess it's not time for this. And, well, at that time, he was living in the New Yorker Hotel, actually, in New York. And there was a fellow by the name of Otis Carr who he's going to school, and to supplement his income, he worked as a clerk in this hotel. And Tesla and him became acquainted, and Carr was a sponge. He loved science in every way, shape, or form, but he was a natural science. He believed in the same thing Tesla did, that there's no limits to natural science, and everything should be on a simple level. Tesla said, they're not interested in my time. I want you to take everything I can teach you and go in your time and see if they'll listen to you. And if you don't make it, you're going to have to pass it on, because at the rate we're going, we're on a self-destructive course. Carr said, I will, and he got his own lab started and started really getting into a lot of free energy devices and building them.
So he built a spaceship?
Mm-hmm. He's building small spaceships, and he had different sizes, different models.
So tell us how you met Otis Carr and how you began working with these flying saucers.
There's a company, Dan.
If you guys are doing something while you want, you should not be. This story is off the chain. Watch what he talks about, what they did in these experiments.
Medics in Costa Mesa. That's where we were living, in Costa Mesa, California. And they're looking for a research and development laboratory technician. They gave me a job. They put me in the research lab, and I was inventing ideas all day long. I just loved it because I like to invent simple ways of doing hard things.
And was Otis Carr working there too?
No. I told some friends about this and what I was doing, and he said, well, come to our group. We've got a group here called Understanding. It was created by a gentleman by the name of Daniel Fry in California. We could talk about things that were unlimited, not limited. I said, my mission is to see that we have habitation and transportation in one vehicle. And he said, well, you sound like a guy that's back east getting in trouble right now. His name is Otis Carr. And he put in a patent for a levitation device, and they wouldn't give him the patent. He said, you've got to pull that levitation out and anchor it on the ground, and we'll give you a patent on an amusement device. You cannot use levitation. They brought him out to California. They said, here's your lab. It was all built. It had living quarters. It had machine shops. It had a suite.
Did y'all just hear what he just said?
He had to pull the levitation out of the design so he could get the patent.
Yeah,
That's messed up.
Yeah, they like, dude, we ain't about to give you no patent for no levitation thing and have people out here thinking that levitation is possible or knowing that levitation is possible. Then, because with a patent, all you do is copy someone's patent. Like, so if you, in order to not violate someone's patent, all you do is just change it a little bit, and then you can resubmit a patent. So there's like there's a gang of patents where, you know what I'm saying, where somebody made it something, and then there's like 20 other patents where all they did was change it slightly and create a different patent. So at that point where if this dude had created something called a levitation device, and people went and saw that patent, they would just copy the patent, switched up something here and there. Man, we'd be floating. We'd be the Jetsons right now.
Everybody would have seen the blueprint down there.
Yeah, everybody would have seen the blueprint. So we'd be the Jetsons right now. That's what I'm saying. That's why they had to like, nah, nigga, we can't put that on.
No.
We're gonna put an amusement device. Like, what the fuck is amusement? What the fuck?
Right, totally distract you from even thinking real.
Exactly.
Like, it's just a cartoon. Like,
exactly. Completely take you off from, nigga. If you a nigga who's looking for levitation devices and you saw that amusement device, you're gonna keep flipping past that patent and you're gonna keep on moving. That's what they were trying to do.
Most of your work, I imagine. This is where you guys worked on the spaceship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How long did it take to develop this crap?
Day and night, 24/7, we were building these small prototypes. And they would range anywhere from 12 inches to 3 feet to 6 feet to, in size.
And they actually flew. They actually levitated.
Oh, yeah.
What was the source of the power?
Well, it was magnetic in nature. And
you were actually building these for people to sit in. I mean, not just models.
These were prototypes just to prove what we wanted, and then graduate up to where human habitation could get on board and operate.
If you could explain to us very simply how this device, how these craft work.
In those days, we had counter-rotating wheels, one going clockwise and another going counterclockwise. We had a capacitor, we had small magnets, and we had what's called a neutron. It was a double tetrahedron. That's 2 ice cream cones put with the open ends together. So that you.
Now, I want to see what y'all remember. A couple of weeks ago, when we were going over Face of the Dragon, and how they put your story in these different shows and TV shows. And I showed you guys Land of the Lost. What do you guys remember from Land of the Lost that equates to what he's talking about right now?
The Talking Sea Stack, the first one that had the red on with the sequins or whatever that was, with the diamond-shaped necklace that had basically, it was a diamond or triangle on top and a triangle on bottom.
Just like what he just said.
Yeah.
There you go.
A diamond shape. What's called a neutron. It was a double tetrahedron. That's 2 ice cream cones put with the open ends together so that you have a diamond shape. And we had 12 of them around the periphery of the craft. And we had magnets, horseshoe magnets, 12 of those around the craft. So when you started rotating and counter-rotating, as these neutrons went through the field, they would act as a generator and a capacitor in themselves, and they would generate a lot of power, not necessarily electrical power, but vibrational power. When you get to the resonant frequency of your surroundings, it cancels everything out. It goes to a 0 point. And once you reach 0 point, then you can go anywhere you want.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, once you get to that 0 point, it cancels everything out and you can go wherever the hell you want to.
When it reached a resonant frequency with its surroundings, everything around you vibrates and has frequency. When this thing reached a resonant frequency with its surroundings, it reached 0 point, meaning no gravity, and it was able to do anything, go off floating.
Like calibrated down there.
Wait, say it again?
Like being calibrated down there. Right. Like once you're calibrated with the universe or whatever. Like
right.
If you reach 0 point, then you can go anywhere you want. And you have your own force field around the craft.
You control its up and down and left and right movements by how fast it spins or other gyros in there?
Yeah, the ones with the models we had remotes, to operate the models. But when you get up into the larger craft, it's not necessary because everything then, as Carr was explaining, the difference between the brain and the mind is synergetic. You operate the craft like it was a friend. It's like it was a living thing because
connect with the craft.
Yes, And that's the only way that our particular craft would work.
There's a mental.
Hey, Kev, I got a question.
Wow.
Yep.
Real quick, when he says the brain and the mind, would that be equivalent to dark matter and dark energy? Like your mind being the energy potential and the okay, word.
Thoughts carry out a vibration as well, and you have to go in harmony with the ship.
So some sort of morphogenic field was created, perhaps some sort of almost living field.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ralph, have you had a chance to fly it yourself?
Flying is an antiquated word when it comes to the type of spaceships that we were operating, because they don't conventionally fly.
Or levitate.
They levitate and they teleport. They move through this thing called time and space. They actually traverse through multi-dimensions.
So you created an artificial gravity field, is it safe to say?
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
Is this in any way related to the work of John Hutchinson and his anti-gravity experiments?
Well, it's along the same lines. I know John, he's an associate of our group. And as I mentioned before, there's all forms of levitation. But where ours differs from John's is that in order to operate our craft, it takes spirit. It takes a synergy. You have to recognize the craft as an entity of life itself. It has a consciousness, if you will, of its own. What John is doing is wonderful. I'm glad he's discovered a tremendous field of levitation and the composition of metal and manicular structures.
Ralph, can you tell us about your experience as being the co-pilot of one of these discs?
Sure. The next stage up was the 45-foot craft. They'd already designed and built it, and they wanted us to test it. So we got on board, and near the center of the craft was a giant crystal ball in a kind of a gyroscopic holder. Underneath that was a laser that came up through the bottom of this crystal. And as the light came up and dispersed around this crystal, it lit up the crystal from infrared all the way around to ultraviolet. Then Carr said, okay, guys, what I want you to do is just clear your brain and use your mind. So this is an experiment. And we're going to go outside and back in through what's known as time and space. And all you have to do is concentrate on what I'm about to tell you. We're going to go down range 10 miles. And that 10 miles downrange is equated to the vibratory rate of the color aquamarine. The colors just kind of dissolved and started turning into this brilliant aquamarine. And it lit up the whole ship. And then he said, okay, that's it, boys. Get out of the craft, and we're going to debriefing. And we looked at each other like, oh, I don't think it worked. We didn't go anywhere. We didn't do anything. And we said, well, it didn't work, did it? They said, why don't you guys empty your pockets? And we started pulling out sticks and stones and grass and stuff and putting them on the table. And I know we didn't have those going in. And where in the heck did this come from? And he said, well, you remember I told you about the brain has a limited capacity. It cannot believe beyond its jurisdiction. It doesn't want to believe anything beyond that. So you travel with your mind, and it will come back to you, and then all these dots will be filled in as your life progresses. You'll remember what you did. It was in retrospect, I did go back now, and I do remember going and getting out of the craft. There was 3 of us. We walked down this ramp. We got out. We went over to a little hillside. I can see it right now. We picked up rocks and sticks, put them in our pockets, and we got back on board. I remember it now, but I didn't remember it then.
It sounds like this technology is something that we have to be spiritually advanced enough to be able to use it.
And Carr explained that as higher consciousness. He said, you've got to raise the consciousness.
When you were operating this disc, did you notice or were you told that anything changed as far as the structure of the craft?
There's a consistent expansion and contraction. It's almost so instantaneous that it's unnoticeable. And in one of the smaller demonstrations, we had a small model, aluminum model, and I could hear this hum, and it was just a beautiful, beautiful feeling while this thing was running, and I was touching it, and then it got more and more intense, and then I found like it was jello, and I could put my fingers on it like jello, and I looked at the other guys, And then I put my fingers inside this aluminum with my hand. I said, this is impossible, but I'm doing this. And I put it in and out of the craft. And Carr was over there because he said, yeah, I said, you're energy, and that's energy. And when you understand that, and you get a harmonic with energy, you get a balance, you can do anything. There's no limit. So,
what did he just say?
A harmony and a balance, and when you get that level, you can do anything.
There's no limit.
Huh? There's no limit. Once you're able to reach a resonant harmony balance,
you're limitless.
Huh?
You're limitless.
Yes. So we got some more stuff to get to, and we only got a little bit of time. Let me try to squeeze it in. Let's see.
next day, he had another model, and we put it up, but he was going to accelerate beyond. He says, these retinas are like
First of all, I just want to make sure y'all understand the level of what y'all looking at right now. Y'all really understand what y'all looking at?
I'm about to go watch this whole damn video when we get done.
I'm like, do y'all really understand what y'all looking at right now? This motherfucker is directly in the line, the descendancy line of Nikola Tesla, of his knowledge, of Nikola Tesla's knowledge. So Nikola Tesla passed his information on to Otis T. Carr. Otis T. Carr passed his knowledge on to this guy, to Ralph, I forgot his last name. But so what they're saying is they took Nikola's shit, built up on it, and then they understood vibration and frequency, were able to build flying saucers that travel through time through vibration. Not by movement, through literal vibration. He said, focus on the color turquoise or whatever it was. Turquoise, or whatever color it is, has a definite frequency or vibration, just like we saw in cymatics. Whatever form has a definite frequency. No matter what it is in the universe, it has a vibration or frequency. That's what he's trying to say. So literally, he's like, okay, well, everybody, let's focus all on this vibration right here. Boom, instantaneous. As we were looking at, there is no travel time in the field because you're already connected. You're already there.
Oh, it's like what you told us when you said we're just like the radio, and it's just, can we find the damn channel? Like it's
exactly. Yes. So the reason they didn't feel anything because you don't travel from point to point. You're already there. Like you can bend time, you can bend points together, which that's a different thing. You guys will go over that eventually, but if you want to get to that sooner, look up Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was one of the dudes who worked at Area 51 and then S4, and he worked on the flying saucers when the crash happened at Roswell. They took those flying saucers. They took them to Area 51, then they took them to S4, and this dude named Bob Lazar, he's the one who worked on them. So they deconstructed it, and everything that this dude is saying about the flying saucers was pretty much what Bob Lazar was saying about the extraterrestrial flying saucers. That the flying saucer was more of an entity. The extraterrestrials had to connect with it and fly it like that, and how it bent space and time, so it didn't fly through time. It didn't fly through a wormhole. How it would travel through space and time. It would bend time. It would bend space and time. So it's breaking that shit off, usually by a frequency or by a vibration. So he's basically everything his dude is saying. And I don't even know if he knows about Bob Lazar, but they're saying the exact same stuff.
They're flashing at milliseconds. He had another model, and we put it up, but he was going to accelerate beyond. He says, these retinas are like cameras, are flashing at milliseconds. And when you flash fast enough, things seemingly disappear. So with that in mind, here's our next demonstration. So we fired this one up, and we were all watching it, and I was getting ready to put my hand in it, and the whole thing disappeared right in front of us. He said it's quite simple. Tesla did this all the time in his laboratory, and it's teleported. He said, well, where did it go? He said, well, it might have landed on somebody's dining room table. I don't know. He says, I don't know yet where it went, and I don't know if it'll come back. Maybe it'll show up someday. Maybe it's gone. Maybe it's still there. But we just don't see it. So we don't see it, yeah. And it's out of our dimension. And he explained that the mind, when when you tune yourself high enough and you get into the mind space instead of the brain space, instead of logic or instead of reasoning or instead of all those things, you just get up to a sense of knowing. You know who and what you are, that you're a creative, immortal, infinite being, and we all are. And he said, everybody on this planet is we're gods by comparison, and they don't know it. They're asleep. And until they wake up, this is what our job is. We're making these toys, trying to get them to wake up, to realize there's no limits to what they can do. They don't have to live in servitude. They don't have to live in poverty. They've just been told that by people that unfortunately want to control things. Carr explained to us.
What's the name of this class?
God
class.
Mm-hmm. And he just told you. Now, if he's saying that they're gods, that they can do that and they're gods, what the hell you think that highly melanated people can do?
Squared.
Squared. There you go. That's why you are a dragon and a phoenix.
That the brain that we have operates this water vessel which we live in, but the energy that inhabits the vessel is who and what we are. We are energy. We're not bodies. The energy is all magnetic in nature. It's free in nature. We're swimming in energy. Well, before we could get any further with it, we were invaded, if you will, by people with a piece of paper that said they were at this time closing us down. Paper read that we were attempting to overthrow the monetary system of the United States, and that could be construed as high treason, and we're shutting you down and confiscating all your equipment.
Wait a minute. Didn't John Hutchison say the same thing about the Canadian government, that they confiscate?
So, we're about to get into the guy they're just talking about right now, John Hutchinson. All right.
So if we keep engaging in this godness, we can expect a visit from the government.
Why?
We're tampering with their monetary system and shit.
That's back then, man. It's all over the damn internet now. John Hutchinson been on the internet for fucking years. They know people say some
Blockchain is about to blow that straight out the water anyway. So
who's about to blow that out the water?
Blockchain.
Oh yeah. And the thing is, you know, they're on a whole new different plane coming together. But I'll say this: blockchain threw a torpedo in their shit. So they're reevaluating shit right now, which gives us an opportunity to come up. You know what I'm saying? We have an opportunity to get some shit done. We just need to not be complacent. Like, dude, this dude was doing this stuff in the fucking 60s and 70s. Do we understand? Like, this nigga was making flying saucers disappear in the 60s. Like, let me show y'all something. You gotta, I was hoping we would get to it. Let me see if we can, if it's on that part.
Handsomely for look.
So he talks about, this one is more about his life and how he came around and how he met Carr and went to the experiments. So this talks about how he worked for the government at first, doing these experiments, trying to find a solution to something. And then it's so funny with the government, how he found what he found. Let me see if I can play this real quick.
This is my field. This is what I always wanted to do. And I think we're onto something here. And I can put my 2 cents into to the pot and help in human four ranges. And nothing seemed to happen. It had balance and stuff. But I want to
do exactly what you just decided.
This was back in, what, the 60s or something?
The 50s.
50s. Oh, God.
Pulsing was quite simple. And, you know, it can be done today. It can be duplicated today, I suppose. I've never tried it. I didn't think, to go back to it. But it was a very simple operation because you let nature do all the work. And all I did was understand what was happening. So, and the same with the ping pong ball. Once I got it to levitate, I was...
So, yeah, let's go back. We got to go back real quick, and you got to hear this story.
Affiliation with nature told me that they were using force. And anyway, I got really involved with that, but we'd stay out longer and longer on research trips.
So this interview, if you can find this whole interview, it's like this more like almost 2 hours. So somebody just took this part of it, but I'm gonna try to really get this in because we got a couple of more. We got like 3 or 4 more videos to get into that really start getting into some shit.
Simply a researcher and developer myself, so I went into the research and development department, and we take trips out to Catalina, and just my job was to test the wraparound mask at the one stage, and anyway, I got really involved with that, but we'd stay out longer and longer on research trips, and my wife was getting very insistent that I get something a little less dangerous and a little more domestic at home. So she found this ad in the paper. It said there's Advanced Kinetics is advertising. They need lab techs, laboratory technicians, and research technicians. Why don't you go check? Because your interest has always been in science, and you're always off. When I get home, I'm always tearing things apart and stuff. So I went over there, and it was lunchtime, and everybody was out to lunch. I was walking down the hall, and I passed the director's office, Dr. Weinhardt, and he said, "Well, what are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm looking for a job." And he had an ad in the paper, and he said, "Well, they're all out to lunch now." He says, "Come in, let's talk. What have you done? Where's your background?" I don't have any credentials except bumblebees and lizards and things that I've studied, and I found out that there's quite a bit of credibility to natural law that I apply to things, and it always works. So he said, "Magnetics, you're interested?" I said, "Yeah, I've studied magnetics all my life. I love it." And well, you know, coincidentally, the guy that was working on our magnetic project he just left. And come to work tomorrow morning, you're going on the magnetic project. I said, "Fine, great." So what it was I had a workbench, and there was a cathode ray tube, you know, firing electrons. And I had an oscilloscope mounted with a camera, high-speed camera, high-speed everything. And through a magnetic field, I was firing these electrons. And he said, "Take pictures of them. The idea, your goal is to get one electron completely through the field without deflection, without it being pulled to the positive or negative." I said, "Fine, you know, no problem. It's an easy job." So I just kept taking pictures, quite extensive and expensive. Every day, it was about $1,000 worth of work every day that was paid for by the taxpayers for the research. And I started questioning it, and my affiliation with nature told me that they were using force.
Brute force.
Brute force. And it doesn't work with nature. It doesn't work with the laws of nature. So I said, you know, this is never going to work. I can appreciate this guy leaving. He got fed up, and I was getting there fast. So I went home, and I'd gone to garage sales and collected, you know, I had an audio amplifier, I had a frequency generator. I had different things at home, and I tore apart a TV and got a cap.
Y'all get the experiment that he's talking about? You can't move forward if you guys don't know what he's talking about.
I don't really. Yep.
He's saying they were doing magnetic. There was a field, and they were trying to shoot an electron through a magnetic field without it being polarized, without it being pulled to one side or the next. They were trying to get it through this magnetic field, one electron through the magnetic field to the other side, without it being pulled to either pole, left or right. That's what he's saying. And then they couldn't do it because Homeboy's saying he couldn't do it because he worked with nature. I didn't get to that part beforehand, but he was working with like nature and insects and stuff. And so he understood the laws and systems of things like that. And so, you know, the harmony of nature. So when he went in there, he was like, they were trying to force the electron, shoot it through the magnetic field, and it would never work. It was always being pulled left or right. And so he said, "Sure, shit. I understand why the first dude left, because this ain't, we ain't gonna never get this shit done." So he went home to try and see if he could do it at home, and this is where we are now.
Ray, I started the experiment on a small scale in my living room floor, and I set it all up and got everything the way I felt it should work. And I, instead of forcing the electrons, I pulsed them. I just gave them a pulse, and that's all I did. And they, on their own, started a circular motion.
Attracted in their own pattern and how much they wanted to edit it.
Now, what did we just see in the lycopodium? Remember that guy? We just watched the Greg Brady, and he was sending that vibration through the medium.
The higher the frequency, the more.
Right, but not even the higher. When they started to throw different frequencies in there, it started to what? Pulse. But also,
right.
It was moving in a what? In a what type of motion?
Circular motion.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Listen, I'm showing you all this because all equates. So we just saw it on a microscopic level. What the pollen was doing with vibration as it was moving. The different frequencies would make what it would make it do. So he was like, they were trying to shoot the damn electron through there. He's like, fuck that. I'm just gonna pulse it through. I'm just gonna let it go through. Like, what I'm saying, use natural forces to let it to pull it through, not to shoot it through.
Yeah. The electrons, I pulsed them. I just gave them a pulse, and that's all I did. And they, on their own, started a circular motion.
Attracted in their own pattern and how much they wanted to edit.
Yeah, and they went from negative to positive all the way through to the end of the.
You were just feeding it back to the source.
And I said, my God, that was simple, because the first shot went through, and then I did many, many more, and they all went through without deflection at all. And I said, oh, I'm happy. This is going to give me a raise, maybe. So then the next experiment, on the bench next to me, they were working on levitation. Other technicians, other engineers were working.
What department were they working
in
with?
Advanced kinetics. The laboratory was huge, and we had different, different workbenches, and they were working on lasers to the moon and levitation.
So there was different interests, of course, involved in some of the projects as well.
The government was funding this. This is all government funded research.
Department of Army.
I don't know.
Just to get back to your story, though, of so you had developed this pulsing, and in the next, you're saying next door?
Next bench over, they're working on levitation, and they had these just coils, iron with a copper wiring, and they had steel balls, and they would put them on top and fire it up, and they would levitate the ball for, I think, 4 to 8 minutes, and it would burn the coil out. And they were called igliotrons, I believe is the correct term for them. And they'd have to go to supply and get another one and get another one. They were burning up 2 or 3 or 4 of these. And they were in those days, that was the 50s, they were like $400 a copy. And
did you see what he said he was using?
Coils.
But what was going around the coil?
I didn't catch that part.
Yeah.
The copper wire.
He said he would throw a copper wire around the coil, heat it up, send them energy through it that created a circuit or a field, and the field that creates a magnetic field, and the field was levitating the ball.
No, we don't care. We got plenty of them, and they were burning these things up. So the other experiment I did at home was I took a 15-inch woofer speaker that I got out of a garage sale or, I don't know, sound system somewhere, and I put it just flat on the carpet on my living room floor and attached my audio amplifier to it, and I started.
Just on a side note, I just want y'all to understand how fucking out of work white motherfuckers just fall into jobs like a fucking magnetic scientist.
No.
Right, I caught that where he just like I rolled up. I had no experience and shit. It's like damn.
No experience. I got no experience. My wife found this job in the newspaper and said, "Nigga, you need to go down to that office and get a job." Like, nigga, I'm
you know anything about magnetism? Yeah,
That's basically his wife was like, nigga, really, his wife was like, nigga, I'm tired of looking at your face every day. You need to take your ass out this motherfucking get a job. So he's like, here, do you like to do this? Here, go get this job. So he goes down there, nigga, and gets a job without even having any experience in fucking science. This nigga gets a scientist job.
Yeah, well, come down tomorrow. You'll be working with us tomorrow.
Well,
and he says it so nonchalantly and casually.
Well, he said he didn't have any formal experience. He was into magnetics his whole life. So that I will qualify it by saying that. But usually, nigga, can't no nigga walk into an office and say, you know what, yeah, I've been working with magnetics my whole life. Well, what have you done? And, have you had a job? No.
I've watched YouTube videos. And,
right. That's not going to happen. So I just wanted to say that. Look how easy Caucasian niggas can fall into a job just on some, I'm Caucasian. Hey, give me a scientist job. Some bullshit. So, but Pete Game, what are you about to say about this experiment?
Experimenting with like acoustical levitation, thinking, well, they're using this force to push up, and they're using a lot of power. I'll try sound waves. I'll try sympathetic vibrations or whatever. So I fooled around with different objects, and I'd have tentative results that would start pulsing and stuff. But and then I put a ping pong ball in the center, and I kept fooling, and I think it was 28,000 cycles. I got the ping pong ball to come up.
Interesting you mentioned that, because I recall seeing a news clip back in 1989 showing the scientist discovered how to do exactly what you just described.
This was back in, the 60s or something?
The 50s.
50s, oh God.
Pulsing was quite simple. And, it can be done today. It can be duplicated today, I suppose. I never tried it. I didn't think, to go back to it. But it was a very simple operation because you let nature do all the work. And all I did was understand what was happening. So, and the same with the ping pong ball. Once I got it to levitate, I was excited as heck, and my wife said, come to bed, come to bed. So I went to bed, and the next morning when I woke up, the ping pong ball was still sitting there, just
levitating.
And this was like, I think it was 28,000 cycles. No heat. No heat. No heat.
And sound, but sound.
Acoustical sound. That's all it was.
Now, was it audible to the human ear as far as sound?
It was above. It's just, I couldn't hear a thing.
So you're talking perhaps high frequency level, or ultra low or ultra high?
Yeah, I experimented with different, down in the lower ranges. And nothing seemed to happen. It had bounced and stuff. But when I got up
in the UHF,
yeah, then
magic
it
UHF is ultra high frequency. For all you don't know, there was back in the day for your old heads. There used to be
the antennas,
television,
VHF and the UHF connection to the antenna. So what I'm saying, ultra high frequency and very high frequency.
And it happened. So I thank my wife for the pushing into that direction, because this is my field. This is what I always wanted to do, and I think we're onto something here, and I can put my 2 cents into the pot and help humanity do something.
Way back then, you knew all this.
Oh yeah.
And so, but you took it to these guys, right? And how did they react?
I took it to Dr. Weinhardt himself. I took Polaroids and I wrote up papers on it, just like I did with at the lab. And I took it into Dr. Weinhardt, and he says, close the door, come in, sit down. He said, he looked it all over and stuff, and he said, yeah, I know it's that simple, Ralph. I know that. But this is a government-funded research facility. We count on the funds to keep us going. We're not necessarily interested right now in finding the answers. We're interested in looking for them. And we get paid handsomely for looking for the answer. I said, well, here, look, this works. I mean,
maybe I don't know what I'm doing, and maybe it's not right. But I thought if I turned it over to the boys here, we can come together, and this is a lot simpler than $400 a copy for Igliotrons and wasting our time with the cathode, you know, that you got set up. And he says, well, I can appreciate what you've come up with, and I didn't think you'd get there this fast with this because you're interested in natural law, but I'm going to have to shred this. You got a shredder right there. I'm going to have to shred this and tell you to go back to work on what you were doing. Well, right there, my whole world collapsed. I mean, I thought, where am I? I mean, my whole attitude, my whole demeanor towards the world changed.
Who are these people anyway? Yeah. And who are they really working for?
Right. That's exactly the way I felt. So
So eventually you actually left the job, right?
Yeah.
You just got...
To make a long story short, I went back, I worked another 2 weeks, and I couldn't stand it. That's it, I'm done. So, but during this period, I started meeting people, just coincidentally, who were, most people I talked to outside of the lab didn't want to talk science. They wanted to talk other things. So I had very limited contacts with other people that were interested in science. Except I started meeting.
All right, so y'all can go back and watch this one. But you saw what he was talking about. So they told him, we don't need to find the answer. We just want to look for them. And this is in the 50s. They found it's called resonance levitation. So they found that in the 50s. Didn't release it till 1989. Y'all get what's going on in this motherfucker? Like, they knew that, and when he brought it to him in the 50s, they already knew.
Yeah.
This nigga said, oh yeah, we know, nigga. Like, get that shit up out of here, nigga.
Because Ralph missed the entire point what dude was saying. He was like, yeah, we know that, and I didn't expect you to get to it this quick, but I'm going to have to get rid of this because we're not trying to put this out. This is government funded. We're trying to keep the money track going. So we're going to have to tell you just go back to work. Yeah. Had that been a nigga, cool.
Cool, Nick boy, are you kidding me?
Cool.
Nigga would have went right back on over there.
Nigga would have went right back to work and be like, fuck this, I'm going on break. And when niggas break, niggas break.
But if he had done that, you got to go back and listen to the whole story. Had he stayed there, he never would have met Otis Carr and
this is true.
Experiments what we just watched beforehand. See, what we watched beforehand, those experiments, those came after this experience right here. So he worked for the government first. He got disillusioned by the government. Then he was trying to talk to people about this shit. Nobody wanted to talk to him about it. They were like, nigga, you weird. Ain't no such thing as levitation. You can't levitate shit with sound. Get the fuck out of here. And so he met Carr, and then Carr was like, yeah, nigga, I know. Nikola Tesla told me back in the day, I've already been doing this. Let's link up. And then you saw what happened. All the experiments they did after they linked up. So he was talking about this dude, John Hutchinson. He created something called the Hutchinson effect.
It would serve it.
So we're getting deep. I want you guys to truly understand the power of sound, vibration, and then you know we're gonna bring that back to melanin. So let's see. So he was talking about this guy right here. This guy is John Hutchinson. Let's watch that, and then we're gonna watch this whole thing right here.
The remarkable works of Canadian inventor John Hutchison has drawn widespread attention from businessmen and government scientists since 1979, when he began using ultra-high electromagnetic frequencies to transform matter in some very unusual ways. It has come to be known as the Hutchison effect.
The objects you're seeing moving there is a form of levitation by translational movement, meaning that the objects become lighter
and can float around. The heaviest being the barium cylinder that you see there, with the two wires coming out of it, tends to slide around on 7 pounds of its own weight. The physics of it is a self-resonation of what they call ferromagnetic and piezoelectric.
Just so y'all understand, that is 7 pounds of metal moving with sound. That ain't a motherfucker. That's not a...
Quick question. So like I see these experiments and it looks like they know how to move this stuff, but do they know how to control the direction? It just looks like, you know, kind of random motion.
Barium wire and broad and narrow bands of electrical energy going into this crystal. So the applications of this in advanced applications using free energy or zero-point energy to power it would be in propulsion technologies.
Just so you know, John Hutchinson, they took all his stuff. They use his stuff at NASA right now. Most of the stuff that they're using in the government is from John Hutchinson. He worked for the government. And then they took all his stuff, and then he left and he started doing this stuff. But this motherfucker was huge. That's why it's called the Hutchinson effect. Then now they try to act like he crazy. You know, because of, if you look at him now, all he got is like he goes and buys old NASA equipment and shit like that and tries to perform these crazy experiments. So you go look at his house looks like a junkyard. But they did a real good breakdown of him on Jesse Ventura. Like if you go look at the Jesse Ventura, I think that's the one called the Death Ray, and which is where we're going to get into. Also, the Death Ray is what is the whole system of satellites in Alaska called HARP. So that shoots out a 1 billion watt beam of sound. Like so it pretty much can do anything. So that's what we're kind of leading into. But they got all that shit from him.
This is a crystal converter unit that I made about a year ago to see if the principle worked, and indeed it seems to work to this day. The principles involve the Casimir effect and space charge type of barrier technology in semiconductors, and a jitter activity called zero-point energy that goes through time and space. The idea is to get the material inside this to interface with the jittering action of zero-point energy. And moving on to what they may look like inside, I actually bring out a piece here of this material.
You guys understand what zero-point energy is?
It seems like the whole, like basically what you would describe in Star Wars as the Force. Damn near like the whole.
No.
Isn't that when gravity drops out?
Yes. Bam, right on the money.
Of common minerals and that produced in a special way, and I take a reading here.
What you're basically doing is creating it, whatever object it is creating its own electromagnetic field, therefore canceling out the electro field around it. Therefore, when we're all canceling each other out, then there's zero. That's why it's called zero. Like, you know, if Kobe goes against Jordan, they're pretty much the same. They cancel each other out. So then you got to say, well, what else? What are the other factors behind it? Because neither one of those is an advantage. So boom, colliding, we destroy each other. 0 point.
So, Kev, quick question:
Yep.
If they know that this technology exists or they had some type of mastery over it 30, 40 years ago, like where are they at right now with this?
They tried 70, 80 years ago.
Okay, so where are they at right now with this? Like they obviously have.
We about to get into it. That's where the heart comes in.
Correct. I mean, but even that's got to be old technology at this point to them.
Right. That's where DARPA comes in. So you got to go look at the Jesse Ventura one where he talks about time travel. So Jesse Ventura is off the air for a reason.
Oh yeah, that show was off the chain.
That motherfucker, he was coming out with everything. Like he told them, dude, y'all need to go check out the one about the Ozarks. That's what they got a whole city under a city in the Ozarks. That's why they did that TV show, The Ozarks, on Netflix, which is off the chain. But man, go if you can find the Jesse Ventura show, watch all them motherfuckers, all 3 seasons. He killed the game. He's like, look, nigga, we cannot let the like. I don't even think you can find them. Like they're not on YouTube. You cannot find them damn shows. You can't find them on DVD. That's just hilarious. But yeah, so we're getting into that. So all this technology leads to stuff like that. The death ray, what they do in DARPA. So everything. So DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research, whatever. So that's where you get all these, laser beams and sound weapons and all that stuff. That's what they deal with. Time travel, all that.
I should be getting a higher reading. I had a hot spot somewhere on here. I have here almost a half a volt, as you can see. You can see there's no batteries in this.
So just so you know how they always say that America trillions of dollars from the budget. Have you guys ever heard that in the news recently? There's like some trillions of dollars that America that just went missing. And that's what it is. That's where it is right there. In DARPA and all these little subversive black ops and shit like that that can't go in the books. That's how that shit gets funded. So that's why they look the other way. Like, oh yeah, we're missing. Hey, how you just gonna be missing $2 trillion and then be like, okay, nigga, there's no way. You're like, oh yeah, we're missing $2 trillion. Yeah, that's all good though. Yeah, no, that's because that's funding DARPA on the low and all the crazy shit they got going on, the bases they got on the moon and Mars and all that shit. So here we go.
Anything else except just crystalline material with different configurations. And side to then, of course, are not as powerful as any one here. Actually, this has more power than this large artillery shell. Demonstrated in the sense of it making actual power. That means to turn on a small motor. Okay, I'm attaching this to the base here. Another lead to the top, and it should spin, which it does. So yeah, basically, this kind of material powering motors. Of course, it's a very small motor at this time, but scaled up in larger amounts of material to power up to several horsepower if needed.
So he created that out of like these certain metals and shit like that, and it has no power running through it, but it does. Whatever frequency it has, it can power shit. It's just like bam.
Non-toxic that will interface with zero-point energy in space and time.
Hutchison's more dramatic experiments border on the paranormal and have generated more than just a passing interest from U.S. military research labs.
We've had about 750 demonstrations of levitation, translational movements, metallurgical samples falling apart.
So right there, this is a piece of metal, right, that we know. They sent vibration through it, and it crumbled into this. It made this. Whatever frequency they hit it with, it fell off and it made this. And this is not a known material on Earth. They don't know what it is. It literally created a new material.
So it didn't just change shape, it actually...
It changed it changed shape. Well, it changed shape because it made it a powder. So it's not even metal anymore. So this is like a steel bar. They sent some vibration through it and it crumbled off into a powder right here, and they don't even know what that powder is. It's not a known substance or metal or chemical on Earth. They completely changed the frequency, the vibration of it, the atoms and molecules of that moment.
Changing into transmuted unknown metals.
They ripped this metal apart with sound. Look how it twisted. That shit broke and twisted apart with sound.
quite a variety of obscure types of effects, wood impregnated into metal, other objects in metals.
Look at this shit. This was when they did the experiment. This was just a butter knife sitting on top of a piece of metal in the chamber. They didn't expect it to do nothing. This shit infused into the metal.
Well, damn.
It literally embedded itself, infused itself into whatever that metal was. Became a part of it.
Monopole magnetic fields written up in many journals. Quite a host or a Pandora's box of different types of effects on the outer edge of the scientific community.
In this remarkable series of video clips shot by Hutchison, we see what happens when he fine-tunes the electromagnetic frequencies aimed at target objects in his garage.
First of all, that's like an inch-thick metal pipe, steel pipe, waving like a snake, like a stripper on stage.
Hey, Kev, are these even sounds that we could hear, or is it like dog whistle sounds beyond our?
Exactly, it sounds way above what you can hear as a human.
Yeah.
On the subatomic level, I feel that there is a dimension shift activated by very conventional electrostatic RF fields that I use and Tesla waves that I use that actually form a keyway that opens up another area of time and space that may activate the zero-point energy fields and interdimensional reactions, let's say, to gravitational waves and time waves, or chronons, if you wish. Perhaps we're dealing in chronons and gravitons, which are maybe particles, and somehow causing a distortion, which causes objects to simply break apart or pulsate in the center of stainless steel bars and fall apart.
Now, he's not right in his assessment of what's happening. All that's happening is you're literally changing the frequency of whatever it is, so it changes the structure as we've seen. Whatever sound creates form.
Or to become weightless.
Look at that.
Here, ice cream in a plastic cup.
Look at this shit.
Wow.
That's great.
Finally, a 70-pound cannonball.
Look at that. Look at the ball, 70 pounds of metal. That's a cannonball, that's iron.
Looks like it's spinning too.
It was spinning and levitating.
What is interesting and also frustrating about his invention is that he's using a combination of Tesla coil and Van de Graaff to produce a very disruptive and lifting experiments, which in one case, for example, actually lifts a 19-pound bushing toward the ceiling just from electromagnetic fields. Now, when we analyze that, we find that there's position versus time graph that we can plot, and also the velocity versus time. And when we actually analyze the acceleration versus time, it's
See, now, this is their bullshit. John Hutchinson doesn't even deal with math. He says, I hate math. He says, I just get a feel, and I just do this, and this is what it came out to. He's just connected. And this is what he gets. He's like, man, you try to ask me to break it down mathematically, he said, you lost me. He hates it. So these are these other people who don't understand the connection of frequency and sound, and they're, well, if you do the graph, and they always got to do this. And Hutchinson just went in his garage and turned on some speakers and and started levitating shit. Man, so
well, they need the math so they can reproduce it. That's what they're trying to do.
The math to reproduce it?
No, they don't need the math to reproduce it.
They want to try and understand it. But if they were connected to the universe, they would understand. They want to know, how is it done? But see, that they have to know how it's done because they're so far away from the center of life and soul. They're that disconnected. Oh my God, how is this done? Oh, they think it's something outside of them. It's something to be conquered and and broken down. Like, dude, this is you. Like Hutchinson was like, dude, like you really gotta do it. Look up his story, man. Type in the Hutchinson effect. I got him in the guide classes, so there's one in here where he's actually breaking out his whole thing. But he talks about, he's like, numbers, man. I'm good on that. And if you can find the Jesse Ventura, because Jesse Ventura goes to his house and interviews him. That dude is weird as shit. Like you should see this dude live unedited. That dude is hilarious. But let's see. This breaks it down even more though. So this is about levitation through sound, and this is a whole, somebody just got a whole lot of different experiments that they've been doing around the world and put them all together, and now you really see the power of sound. So it's showing what it's doing. It's two speakers sending two different vibrations together, creates a field, right? It's two cross vibrations coming together in the center here, creating a field. See, it's 3D standing wave manipulation. So when they boom, it's literally like two waves coming together, crashing together, bam. And from it coming together like that, it creates a little, like a gravitational field right in the middle. So the 4-phase arrays make an ultrasonic focal point, right? These up here, and then, so all these 1, 2, 3, 4, they all send the vibration directly into the center, and that's where that's where 0 point is, right in the middle. So you see the gas coming off the dry ice? Did you guys see that gas coming off the dry ice?
Yeah.
Yep.
So what it was showing you, it's sending, the speaker is on. So it's showing you, because you can't hear it, but it has to show you that there is a frequency and vibration coming out of the speaker. So it brought the dry ice, which is gas, is basically movable by, energy. And so it's showing you when he runs it through, nigga, there is a frequency coming out of the speaker. particles trapped in that vibration from the speaker. Watch this. See that? The particles are trapped in the nodes. Did y'all really see that? Look, this is in the air. The stuff is on the ground, up under it, and this is a cross wave. They got a cross, a levitating cross of whatever this stuff is, literally in the air. It's a levitating, vibrating cross in the air. And then the vibration is so strong, it's literally creating these waves, is forming down here, cymatics down here. It's, whatever this stuff is, I think it's like, it might be like styrofoam balls. Damn. Hey, look. They're moving the cross.
Wow.
Levitating with a spin. Water.
John Hutchinson is a self-taught theoretical physicist who has discovered the key to the Bermuda Triangle phenomenon, among other things. He has been a speaker on Discovery Channel documentaries, not that that means anything, because they produce propaganda as well. John Hutchinson collects old surplus Navy equipment. He hooks it up and does his own experiments with it. He's compiled quite an impressive collection. While experimenting with Tesla coils tuned to ultra-high frequencies and pointing them at different objects, he was able to make them fly straight off the ground and pull metal apart like rubber spaghetti by fine-tuning the frequencies. All of the effects that John has discovered have already been known to our military since the 1930s. I will point out one experiment in particular that was leaked accidentally. The Philadelphia experiment. There are many experiments like it done by the military, and all of them still classified as of the date of this video. During this one experiment, they placed 3 large Tesla coils on a destroyer.
Have you guys heard of the Philadelphia experiment?
No. I haven't.
Really? Damn. That shit's like famous. They made a movie about it. There's a movie that they made in 1984 or some shit like that called Philadelphia Experiment. It's about this whole thing about them, but they don't talk about Nikola Tesla was the reason that this happened. They're just talking about how these generators went haywire, created a frequency and vibration, and sent these dudes into the future. And so there's one guy who talks about it. His name is Al Bielek. He goes on all these different stations, and they talk about, because he's the only survivor from it. There was 2 dudes that survived from it. One guy's name was Duncan, and the other name was Al Bielek. But Al Bielek is the only one alive now. He talks about what happened when he was on the boat. And you can go on YouTube and look up a bunch of Al Bielek videos of him, interviews, and him talking about what happened on this boat. But you're about to hear the story right now.
1 on the bow, 1 on the stern, and 1 on the mast of the ship. Still classified as of the date of this video. During this one experiment, they placed 3 large Tesla coils on a destroyer, 1 on the bow, 1 on the stern, and 1 on the mast of the ship. They ran a large battery of tests, experimenting with different frequency ranges and recording the results. They found that in certain frequencies, the boat would lose weight. It would seem to rise up out of the water. So they did a test and tried it with men aboard. When they stopped to check the status of the crew, many of the men were motion sick and vomiting and had bloodshot eyes and bleeding. And on the lower decks, they found dead crew members. Some of them had their bodies melted inside the wall, literally fused inside the metal hull of the ship. Many were hemorrhaging from organs and had bloodshot eyes from ruptured blood vessels, and also had bruising on their bodies from internal bleeding due to ruptured blood vessels. Some people, including whoever censors Wikipedia, will try to argue that the Philadelphia experiments, as I'm talking about, didn't happen. They refer to a different Philadelphia experiment, obviously a different one than the real one that we all know about. I've also seen many attempts to discredit John Hutchison and his experiments, and I want to point out that John's experiments cannot be discredited.
Just so they understand, what they were trying to do with the Tesla coils was stealth. They were developing stealth technology. They were trying to create a magnetic field around the ship so that it wouldn't be detected by Russians on radar. And the coils, they didn't understand the power of the coils, and so they lost control. And when they did it, like, the boat was levitated sometimes, and then all that shit happened. So again, if you go watch the movie, The Philadelphia Experiment, it shows all of that.
While his own interpretations of the phenomenon can, because he misunderstands a lot of things. Basically, this so-called Hutchison effect and the Philadelphia experiment were experiments which discovered something called hyperatomic resonance, which causes diamagnetism. Quantum mechanics tells us that everything in the universe is a wave and thus has its own frequency. Well, let's think about the table on that your computer monitor sits on for 1 second. Is that a wave? Well, actually, it is. The table, the board that has a frequency, usually a couple different frequencies. The more complex the geometry of the object, the more frequencies needed to describe the object. We'll start with a simple object, like a long flat board, and we'll compare it with a really, really long flat board. The man holding the longer flat board will shake his much slower than the man with a shorter one. This is because the object's frequency along a particular axis, say the one to the length, going along the length of the board, is inversely proportional to the length of the board itself. So the longer the board, the lower the frequency. The shorter the board, which it can effectively be thought of as a wavelength itself, the higher the frequency. Small objects require a much higher frequency than you could shake it at, so you could use a motor or a guitar string to vibrate them. I suggest you study everything.
Really quick, I want y'all to look at these. This is patterns in water made through sound. Look how beautiful that shit is.
Like snowflakes.
It is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Use a motor or a guitar string to vibrate them. I suggest you study everything you can on waves. I can't go over everything in this video because I'm going to have to show how they describe all these different effects. So I want you to read up on waves so you can understand how the wavelength is related to the frequency, and most importantly, so you will understand resonance and bass frequency, not B-A-S-S, B-A-S-E, bass frequency, and harmonics. Harmonics, like first, second, third, they go all the way up in music anyway until it gets too high for you to hear. Harmonics explains why a guitar's 12th fret is always at the exact halfway point between the bridge and the neck. You divide a wave in half and go up an octave, and multiply by 2 to go down an octave. Waves and resonance can be effectively and incredibly powerful. Take, for example, the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, or Tesla's earthquake machine. At one point in his career, when Tesla was poor like me, he lived in an apartment in a tall building, and he put together an 8-watt motor which vibrated a 15-pound weight back and forth at a tunable frequency. He measured the height of the building and calculated the approximate frequency of the building itself, and played around with the motor until he tuned into that frequency. The entire building began to rock back and forth with the rhythm of the 15-pound weight due to he produced a standing wave. This is the same thing that brought down the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. You can read up more on this if you want. Basically, the owner of the building called the fire department and directed them to the strange man's room, where they found Tesla with his machine on the floor, which they promptly smashed to pieces in a panicked effort to stop the building from collapsing. They didn't know that inversing the machine would dampen the standing wave faster than actually smashing it. But luckily, the building was a steel-framed building, heavily redundant structure, and did not collapse. Tesla's so-called earthquake machine was simply harmonizing with the wavelength of the entire building, producing a standing wave. In the strongman competitions, there are men who can pull trains weighing 100 tons or more. Since force equals mass times acceleration, and the masses of a locomotive is huge, the acceleration will be small. But acceleration is a change in velocity. So although it's small, it still changes the velocity of the train, beginning to speed it up and increase its velocity by little tiny bits. So after a while, you can actually get the train moving by pulling it like a lot. And that type of motion is linear motion, but you can apply the same exact thing to a heavy, tall building, which you put wave motion into. And this type of resonance. The type of resonance which causes the Hutchinson effect and related effects can be explained by looking at how the frequencies compare to the molecular and atomic structure of the material itself. This phenomenon is only observed while using ultra-high frequency and incredibly high frequency Tesla waves. Why? Because they correspond to the frequency of the distance in the atoms in the structure. The distance between the atoms in a structure is equal to the wavelength, which will resonate that structure. Once you find the resonant frequency with the Tesla waves, you have effectively trapped and aligned the atoms. You can now tune the frequency a tiny bit higher, causing diamagnetism by squeezing the atoms together, restricting the electron orbits, which causes a north pole and a south pole. Artificially induced diamagnetism, which causes levitation. If you lower the frequency, it pulls the atoms apart a tiny bit, which causes a phase change of matter, where a solid starts behaving like a liquid due to these strong electromagnetic forces resonating within it. This is the force that pulls aluminum bars apart and turns them into rubber spaghetti. This is the force that levitates 70-pound cannonballs. It's electromagnetic force, not a new force, nothing new. It would be scientifically possible to create a craft that could float around using this type of artificially induced diamagnetism, only it would need to be extremely lightweight and of perfect crystalline structure. Nano-engineered quasi-crystals would do the trick. However, it cannot be used as a propulsion technology unless you can show it doesn't.
So just real quick, did you understand what he was saying about how it levitates or how it pulls apart? No.
Yeah, it's just the frequency is really, when you change it. If you go higher, then it forces things together, and if you lower it, then things become
what together?
The atoms.
Which does what?
Makes I don't know.
Forces the electron, which induces field around whatever it is that you're compacting the electrons on. When you pull the electrons apart in whatever material, that's when it bursts like balloon explodes. And the other things you didn't see, there was John Hutchinson had a giant slab of metal, like from a building, like a steel, and it literally ripped in like 4 pieces and down right up the middle. But on the ends of it is still together. So it's funny, like, so it looked like it almost looked like a piece of vegetables that you something like that, unripped spaghetti or something, or spaghetti when it's stuck together. I don't know if you guys ever cooked spaghetti, and when the ends stick together, but it's like spread apart towards the bottom. That's what actual metal looked like. Like a big giant piece of metal. It wasn't like little shit. It was like some heavy ass shit. So, I just wanted to make sure you guys understood that. And I'm gonna try to leave with this video. You guys can get in here and watch this video. It's a dope one, but I'm gonna leave with this one about geometry. And we got to get into the sacred number 9. He's gonna touch on it a little bit in this video if I can find it. Oh, here it is.
It has been said that if there is ever to be such a thing as a true universal language, it will most likely be expressed in the realms of mathematics, geometry, energy patterns, and frequency. Could it be that this language, or at least the foundation of it,
already exists here on Earth? Is it possible that over the course of thousands of years, we have been somehow guided in the process of creating this new form of communication? And if so, what type of information will be conveyed through it that could not be expressed any other way? In the search for answers, we must be prepared to trek through both time and space, to open our eyes and minds wide enough to notice compelling coincidences, and to stand back far enough to see if the building blocks of some kind of mathematical, spatial, frequency-based language emerge. But before we begin our journey, we will pause here in the present day to notice some of the ways that we measure and tabulate the world around us. This is an important step, for how we count and measure things can be as revealing as why we count them. First, we will take a look at the way we measure time. For all practical purposes, the smallest unit is 1 second, and we all know it takes 60 seconds to make a minute, and then 60 of these minutes to make an hour. This hour, of course, is the unit by which we divide our days, and these days become months, years, decades, centuries, and so on. Speaking of 60, let's take a moment to notice that all geometry, whether it is 2 or 3 dimensional, is also derived from base 60 mathematics that provide the foundation for a 360-degree circle, which in turn provides us with all the angles and formulas for creating virtually every shape known to humankind. Now let's look at how many cultures from all over the world have chosen to count and group things. Right away, we see that we have been attracted to the number 12, 12 eggs in a dozen, 12 months in a year, 12 inches in a foot, 12 signs of the zodiac. Strangely, whether it's tallying disciples or mythical gods, the number 12 appears often in the telling of our greatest stories about ourselves. And what about distance? Your local town might be measured in meters or other units, but when we talk about measuring our planet, the standards we all use revert back to base 60 units of miles, minutes, or geometrical degrees. Are you noticing the pattern here? We seem to be encountering a lot of 12s and 60s. Are they related? And if so, how? To answer that piece of the puzzle, we must travel roughly 5,000 years back in time to visit the ancient Sumerian culture of Mesopotamia, for here is where our 1260-based math comes from.
Pay attention. Very, very important. That's why I ended with this video. This is dropping all of what we've been talking about the whole time culminates with this. They're dropping major heat in this video. We actually got to get to part 2 next week, but I want y'all to check this one out right now and understand. Pay attention to the number 9. Right, the number 9 is the master number. It's the master number, or the most important number out of all the numbers. It's the one that encompasses all. It's the number of creation. So I want you guys to really watch for the number 9. So we'll actually break down the number 9 next week as well, but I want you to really watch for it.
Counting system, which was invented by the same people who produced the world's first written language, involved counting the knuckles of the 4 long fingers on one hand and then multiplying them by all 5 digits on the other hand. If you do this, you will get a maximum number of 12 knuckles times 5 fingers, which of course totals 60. How these cosmic jumps in language and mathematics occurred so suddenly is open to debate, but it is interesting to note that the ancient Sumerians themselves wrote about being given this information by sky god visitors they called the Anunnaki. Who and what the Anunnaki were is a hotly contested subject, but one thing that cannot be denied is the fact that over 5,000 years ago, a mathematical system was born that incredibly still serves us today. So now that we have our various units of measurement, all based on the Sumerian 1260 counting system, let's jump forward to a few pivotal moments in history and see what other numbers, patterns, and synchronicities appear. In the 6th century BC, on the Greek island of Samos, the famed mathematician Pythagoras led a school of thought that married philosophy, mathematics, music, and of course geometry. And while Pythagoras did not discover advanced geometry, he did apply it in new ways, especially to music. For instance, he noticed that when a tauten string was plucked, it would create a tone. And when that string was divided in half, it would make the same tone, only twice as high in pitch. Pythagoras then came up with numerical ratios based on harmonic fifths, and this led to the creation of the musical scale found at the root of most modern music. It is important to note that according to Pythagoras, all musical notes were found by using mathematics, and as such were given number values according to their placement in a kind of master grid. For instance, by using fifths beginning from note number 1, he was eventually guided to note 27. And to find the same note twice as high in pitch, he simply kept doubling it to 54, 108, 216, 432, and so on up the scale.
What were you noticing with those numbers?
Multiples of 9.
All right. So y'all paying attention.
If you've ever heard of Pythagorean, doubling it to 54, 108, 216, 432, and so on up the scale. If you've ever heard of Pythagorean tuning, you know that the number 432 is quite important. To Pythagoras himself, it probably wouldn't have stood out more than any other in his numerical grid. But in our quest to find a universal language based on mathematics and frequency, this particular note represents a significant piece of coincidental evidence. You see, many ancient musical instruments, from Tibetan bowls to Native American flutes, happen to produce the same tone, a tone that vibrates at 432 cycles per second. That's compelling, but even more intriguing is the fact that Pythagoras was not calculating vibration cycles to find tone 432. It just happens to be the same number. What's more, for decades, most modern musical instruments were also tuned to this same fourth octave A, with a value of 432 cycles. How could this be? Who chose this particular note as the keystone for instrument tuning? And more importantly, why? Here is where a deeper mystery begins to emerge. And to explore it, we will need to go back to Pythagoras' other passion, geometry. It is not an exaggeration to say that to Pythagoras and his disciples, geometry and math held a key to the nature of all life everywhere, and maybe it does. Let's look at the first 4 geometric shapes, the circle, triangle, square, and pentagon. In each of them are angles of degrees that, when added together, always total a specific number relative to that particular shape. For instance, if we take a triangle, the sum total of all 3 interior angles is always 180. For both the square and circle, it is 360. For a pentagon, it is 540. Now at this moment, let's step back and look at these numbers in a different way.
What am I going to ask?
What do they have in common? The base of 9 just was zeros. Look.
Huh?
It's the base of 9 was zeros.
Wait, say that one more time. Everything messed up.
The base of 9 was zeros. Like the 180, then the 360, then the...
You take 0 out. Every single one of those shapes equates to the number 9, just in a different way.
Oh yeah, just like when you do 1 plus 8, 9, that's 18. 27 is 2 plus 7, 9.
You saw those were different shapes.
Yep.
But they all vibrated on the number 9, just in a different way. But they still all vibrate on 9. So everything, so those, and it was saying that out of those shapes, you get every single form, every other form in nature comes out of those shapes.
Oh, I see where you're going with it. It's like the root.
There seems to be something about this moment. Let's step back and look at these numbers in a different way, as there seems to be something about them that reaches beyond a simple sum of angles. Did you notice that they happen to be in the same numerical neighborhood as tone 432? What's more, they all add up to 9, just like 432. As an experiment, let's take a look at the numbers found in basic geometric shapes, then apply those numbers as vibration cycles to hear the tones they produce. First, let's listen to what the 180 total degrees contained in a triangle sound like. And here's a squares and circles 360 in cycles per second. A perfect octave up from the triangle. What about the pentagon at 540? That sounds like a harmonic fifth of the other two. That's interesting. What are these tones? They are F sharp and its perfect harmonic fifth of C sharp. Let's keep going. What does a hexagon 720 sound like? Another F sharp. Here's a 7-sided septagon, which totals 900. This is an A sharp, which happens to be the note required to complete an F sharp major chord in perfect 3-part harmony. And finally, the octagon, where we get 1080, another C sharp. Suddenly, geometry is expressed by tones.
But you see, as the number gets higher, the tone gets higher and almost fainter. The tone gets higher, but fainter, where it's almost drowned out, where we can't hear it. It's getting to a point to where it'll eventually, as it gets higher, you won't be able to hear it.
And these tones just happen to create the most beautiful form of music, a perfect 3-part major chord in the key of F sharp. Is this something we've been missing for years? Is it important? To the famous philosopher and mathematician Plato, the answer would have been a resounding yes, for it is Plato who advanced the study of 2-dimensional geometry into 3-dimensional geometry, and who began to recognize that nature, whether expressed as a tone, the petal design of a flower, or the spiraling design of a seashell, seemed to follow a 3D mathematical pattern. In fact, it became an obsession of Plato to try and find the simplest 3-dimensional geometric shapes, and his quest ultimately revealed what we now call the Platonic solids. In essence, these forms represent the most elemental construction blocks found both in human-made and natural forms. So let's see if and how they fit into our geometry tone grid. First, there is the tetrahedron, or a 3-sided pyramid comprised of 4 interlocking triangles. As we did before, let's add up all the angles found in those 4 triangles. The answer, 720, which we have already seen is the tone F sharp. Next, we have the cube, whose 6 360-degree squares totals 2160. What does it sound like? Twenty-one
2160 is the highest number yet you heard, and it was the highest sound.
60 is a high C sharp. 2160 is a high C sharp, and as you will see later, a very interesting number for other reasons as well. Next up is the octahedron. Constructed of 8 triangles, this shape totals 1440, which is another perfect F sharp higher up the scale. The icosahedron is made up of 20 triangles, so the total number of degrees is 3600. As a tone, 3600 vibration cycles create the A sharp needed to complete yet another F sharp major chord that sounds like this. At this point, we have seen how 2- and 3-dimensional geometry can be expressed by the notes found in an F sharp major chord. Could this also be true with what is known as sacred geometry? To find out, we will first need to build a design called the germ of life, which, when repeated, goes on to reveal the seed of life, then flower of life pattern found at sacred sites all over the world. First, we start with a circle at 360 degrees, which is the familiar F sharp. We then add our second circle, bringing the total to 720, another F sharp. 3 circles totals 1080, which provides the harmonic 5th of C sharp. 4 circles is 1440, another F sharp. 5 circles totals 1800, or the A sharp needed to once again provide the harmonic 3rd of an F sharp major chord. And finally, the 6th circle, which brings the total to 2160, another C sharp. Amazing. It's as if we can now both see and hear the flower of life pattern that has intrigued humankind for thousands of years. So now we have 2-dimensional geometry, 3-dimensional geometry, and even sacred geometry being represented by different variations of an F-sharp major chord. How is this not common knowledge? How have we missed this connection? There are actually three explanations. One, for reasons ranging from the mundane to the conspiratorial, musical instruments are no longer tuned to an A vibrating at 432 cycles per second, but rather 440. Two, modern tuning calls for equal temperament, which no longer adheres to Pythagoras' whole number simplicity. And three, the tuning method required to reveal geometric shapes is based on a mathematical grid rather than mathematical ratios. This grid, if it had a name, would probably be called something like factor 9, because the number 9 is found not only in the sum of every note on the grid, but also as the number required to move up or down the scale. For instance, if we started at note A at 216 cycles, all we would have to do is add or subtract the number 9 to reveal all the other tones in that octave. And it is here, on this incredible factor 9 grid, that we find not just some of our geometric numbers, but all of them. Conversely, modern A440 tuning reveals not one correlation to geometric numbers. Now let's go back for a moment and take a look at one of these numbers, 2160, the number expressed by both the cube and the germ of life pattern. You may have already noticed that without the 0, it is exactly half of our magic 432. That's worth noting, but what is even more intriguing is the way this number keeps showing up in other large-scale measurements. To discover one of these measurements, we will need to jump forward from Plato's time to when the Mayan civilization was flourishing. Roughly 1,500 years ago, Mayan stargazers were the most accomplished astronomers the world had ever known. Their concept of cyclical time led to many incredible discoveries.
First of all, I'm fucking with the fact that he showed the dark-skinned brother Mayans. He could have showed a gang of light-skinned Mayans. He showed the dark-skinned brother Mayans. I'm fucking with you.
The accurate length of the year, the exact dates of seasonal changes, even the moments when solar and lunar eclipses would occur. But their most amazing discovery was of something known as the precession of the equinox, which makes note of a very slow wobble of Earth's axis. Somehow aware of the fact that this wobble takes 25,920 years to complete, the Mayans called this cycle one great year, with each of its 12 great months requiring 2160 Earth years to complete. And what about this? Did you know that the diameter of our moon, when measured in miles, also happens to total, you guessed it, 2160?
How long does it take to have a baby?
Approximately 9 months.
Yeah, roughly, it's actually 270 days.
Multiple of 9.
Lastly, watch what happens when we apply simple division to this highly synchronous number. 2160 divided by 2 is 1080, the angle sum of the octagon. By 3, 720, the total of the hexagon. By 4, 540, the pentagon. By 5, are you ready? It's the ketone of 432. And by 6, 360, the number of both the square and circle. All F sharps and C sharps with our 432A thrown into the mix, as if it were some kind of clue to solving a cosmic riddle. Maybe we should look at this number even more closely. As we've stated, our closest celestial neighbor, the moon, is 2160 miles across, and 216 is exactly half of 432. What about the other large object in our sky? Were you aware that our sun is 864,000 miles across? Incredibly, where the moon's base number sequence is half of 432, the sun's number sequence is exactly twice 432. And do you know how many seconds there are in a day? 86,400, or 43,200 for the 12 hours of day, and 43,200 for the 12 hours of night. Or try this. Take the 360 degrees found in the circular shape of our sun and moon, and then multiply it by the 12 hours of either day or night. The answer, 4320. Or how about this? What is the only whole number that when squared comes to within 0.01% accuracy to measuring the speed of light? 432.
Y'all hear that?
Shit is crazy, man.
Yep, there's more, but I just while I'm still thinking about it before I forget. you guys' homework is to go watch a movie. You got to find it. And I couldn't find it. Find a way. God's find a way. So by the time we come back next week, everybody needs to have seen this movie. It's called Pi. Not The Life of Pi, but the Pi. Not that one. Pi was a movie that came out in the late 90s. But I want you guys to check that out. So it deals with this Jew trying to find the secret to the stock market. So I want you guys to look that up. You can probably Google it right now, and you can, They usually have these things on Amazon Video or something like that for like $1.99. You can stream it. So there's no way you probably shouldn't be able to find it today. But I want you guys to check out Pi, because we're gonna go back into movies. Because we were supposed to watch Clash of the Titans this week, but we had this stuff had so much stuff to get through on this sound stuff. We really needed to break this down. But we'll get back into that next week. But so Pi, not Life of Pi, but Pi. All right, here we go.
Is going on here. We have all these different things: Earth cycles, time and celestial measurements, geometry, sonic frequency, yet they are all represented by the same numbers over and over again. To answer that, we must search for the factor common to all of them, and that common factor is the 5,000-year-old Sumerian 1260 counting system. It is what gave us the inches to a foot, the seconds to a minute, and the 360 degrees in geometry. It's almost as if the sky god visitors, who the Sumerians called the Anunnaki, provided humanity with a counting system that would lead to the discovery of these synchronicities. Could it be that the number 432 really is some kind of cosmic key that unlocks a language of higher understanding? And if so, have these sky visitors ever been back to make sure we don't miss the importance of the 432 matrix? One possible answer can be found in the story of a man named George Van Tassel, a respected aeronautical engineer who believed he was contacted by extraterrestrial beings in the early 1950s. During this encounter, Van Tassel said he was provided with a mathematical formula that could be used for everything from time travel to sound frequency healing, and which he used to build the world-famous Integratron near Joshua Tree, California. What is this formula? It is F equals 1 over T, or frequency equals one particular something divided by the number of time. Well, what if that one something was the biggest one on our planet, the one great year of 25,920 discovered by the Mayans? And what if the number for time was the most logical choice of 60? Suddenly, this mysterious equation is expressed as frequency equals 25,920 divided by 60. Are you ready for the answer? It's 432. Not only the frequency that instruments all of the world have been tuned to for thousands of years, but also the number that reveals the synchronistic nature of life on this planet. Noticing all these coincidences revealed by the 432 matrix and the Sumerian counting system, we must wonder if other ancient cultures were aware of them as well. Just scratching the surface, it would seem that they were. For example, let's take the Sumerian 12 and square it for a total of 144. Right off, we see that it is indeed a number and tone contained within our factor 9 grid. Expanding outward, we find 1440, then 144,000, which is a number that appears all over the world in the most compelling of ways. Take, for instance, the Great Pyramid of Giza. It happens to have been covered with 144,000 smooth white casing stones. To ancient Mayans,
and that's amazing. That's an amazing fact. 144,000 stones on the Great Pyramid of Giza.
44,000.
Somebody wants to say something?
That's like the
days was the length of their 394-year.
What you say?
About like Wu-Tang when they were talking about 144,000 chosen.
Well, that's in the Bible. That God, when God comes back in the rapture, he's coming back for the 144,000. See, that all has to deal with, that's all allegory. Number 9. It's all in there.
And at 432, if you add the numbers up, it comes out to 9. 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 plus 2 is 9.
Well, yeah, that's what he was saying. He was like that, all of those numbers.
Yeah.
To have been covered with 144,000 smooth white casing stones. To ancient Mayans, 144,000 days was the length of their 394-year back tomb, a time cycle which has just begun again. In the Bible, we read that there will be 144,000 chosen ones redeemed from the earth prior to the apocalypse. Obviously, number sequences like these have been significant to many different cultures and religious sects, and to one enigmatic group in particular, the Freemasons. Were the earliest Masons, the supposed keepers of sacred information, also aware of the Factor 9 grid, the 432 key, and the number 144,000? Their infatuation with the numbers 3 and 13 might be telling. For instance, if you divide 144,000 by 432, the answer is 333.3 into infinity. Or take a look at the back of a dollar bill. That famous unfinished pyramid could be revealing some interesting clues. For instance, there are 13 steps climbing the pyramid, and 13 times 33.3 is 432.9. Even the shape of the flat-topped pyramid appears to be made as if someone had drawn 4 dots in a line, then 3 above it, then 2 above that, and then connected those dots to reveal this iconic shape. And of course, let's not forget that the square root of our all-important Factor 9 grid is 3 threes. Who else knew about 432? The answer is surprising. In India, large cycles of time are called Kali Yugas, and each one is 432,000 years long. In fact, the number 432 appears so often in sacred structures and myths, from Stonehenge to the pyramids, that author Joseph Campbell could not help but see it as the most important mythological number in history. So what do we have here? What is it that's trying to be expressed by all of these coincidences? One answer is that over the course of history, we have been somehow guided toward both the subconscious creation and eventual conscious recognition of a grand pattern based on frequency, mathematics, time, space, and geometry. Quite possibly, these synchronistic numbers, shapes, and tones represent the building blocks of a language that we do not yet fully understand, but could turn out to be the most important language we will ever learn. How will we use it? Who?
So he's about to just go off with some frequencies and show you different patterns. But I just want to say, because look, he starts to get into always analyzation. See, it's still always with Caucasian people, you know, and the Caucasian people if you're watching. Stop analyzing shit all the goddamn time. Start trying to feel and connect to the shit. 432, you keep breaking these numbers down. When they're building these different things, they're not thinking of 432. They're on synthesizing creation. It just happens to work out that way because everything is connected. So he's acting like all these people were using a certain science. No, they were using all the same science, but you know, deeper than it wasn't. It didn't have anything to do with a number or equating or analyzing and breaking down creation to a certain tone, certain numbered tones. It was literally the feeling of, you know, synthesizing of creation. That's why the number 9, when we get into numerology, the number 9 is the number of creation. It's also, I know they call number 8 infinity, but it's not. 9 is infinity. If you do, if you time 9 times itself, like if you do 9 like times 9 times 9, it'll go in infinity, 9 all the way on to infinity. Like there's 9 stands alone out of all numbers. Like, so whatever number you put next to 9, if you add it up, it'll come out to whatever that number is. So like 5 plus 9 is what? Somebody tell me.
14.
Huh?
14.
And what's 1 plus 4?
5.
Right. So you can just take the 9 out of it. The 9 stands alone. It's the God number. It doesn't need any other number to stand. Anytime you add it up with the end of the number, it always comes out on its own. Then and I go try it, no matter what. out of the biggest number, you can try it, and it'll come out to 9. So 9 is the number of creation. 9 is the number of melanated people. So when they did certain studies on us, 9, that's why your hair grows in a spiral. Your hair grows in the number in the shape of 9. Right? So it's because your hair follicles in a certain shape, they come out in the shape of 9. Whereas Caucasian people's hair follicles are in the shape of a 6. That's why their hair comes out straight. So this is different, deeper science we'll get into later on. But you're what is called, or what was known as, 9 ether beings. You were created out of the 9 ethers, the elements, all the elements that create the universe, or that make up the universe. We were created out of that. So just understand the number 9 is God, and then you'll understand why my tagline on Real Noggins is Magus 9. But you guys have to do the science on the number 9. You really have to break that science down. But the movie Pi will help you do that. And remember, it's not Life of Pi. It came out in 1998. I just looked it up. So again, look up the 1998 movie Pi. It'll break all that down to you. So if y'all want to get in here and watch and see the vibration and the tones he makes, and then how he equates it to the different frequencies or different geometry, you can do that. It looks like a kaleidoscope, basically. We'll get into part 2 and some other stuff next week. Any questions on what we had today? Y'all know who y'all are now? Sorta, maybe.
Getting there.
You getting there?
Yep, I'm Raheem 9. That's what's up.
Hey. He said, I'm Raheem 9. Yeah, you understand. You'll take that power to 9. That's the most powerful number. When you get in numerology, like, 22 and 11 are the master numbers. No, 9 is the number of all numbers.
So that numerology stuff is for real, right?
Oh, yeah. It's frequent. Okay. Remember, these shapes are these different shapes that you see out of numbers they have to have a vibration. It's a form, right? A 7 is a form, a 9 is a form. So why is 9? What type of universe or galaxy do we live in?
A swirl. It looks like that's the 9.
Huh? Say it again. Spiral. And what is a spiral? What is a 9?
A spiral.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you about Caucasian people, why you got to understand who they are. Caucasian people are the 6. You're the 9, they're the 6. You're the ascending spiral. They're the descending spiral. Your creation by assimilation and synthesizing. Their creation by destruction. They tear down to create.
Oh, I get it. Like one's winding up and one's winding out. Like removing something, and one is like building something. Like I get what you're saying.
Understand who they are. They're your opposite. They are you. You're your mirror. 6 and 9. There are no. That's why you want to get on. We gods and everybody's God, man. Everybody got special powers. Everybody got their different things. Everybody vibrates and pulls from the universe. It just depends on who you are and what is your superpower. Caucasian people, melanated people, same. 6 and 9, just like white and black are not colors. They're both the absence of color or the inclusion of color, which is literally ends of the pole, which are the same thing. So start understanding who, what you're looking at and getting on the correct vibration. You really want to start vibrating on the number 9, though. All you can. Look up the number 9, find out all you can about 9. Research what's called 9 ether. If you can look that up, you can Google that. But that is your number. That is who we are. 9 is the number of creation. It's the number of universality. Like when you in numerology, it's called the universal number.
Yeah, Malachi Yorka has a book about that. The 9.
Yeah, he does.
9 ether. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's really good. You actually should get that. Get that book and break. Now he'll start talking about Caucasian people and start demonizing. So again, read it with a little discretion. You don't want the hate vibe to jump out at you, because Dr. York he was hardcore Muslim when he wrote that. Like he was hardcore. Hardcore. Fard Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, Muslim.
Yeah.
When he wrote those books, so you're gonna get that energy coming out of it. So just make sure you read it with a with a barrier where that negative energy just don't hit you. Because
Yeah, about the Jesse Ventura, his you could go on Vimeo and type it in, and they got almost all the seasons of his show.
Oh, word? Yeah, I'm about to check that shit out. Oh, hell yeah, nigga.
So just type in the show name, and you start seeing them. They have I started looking while we were talking.
You gotta pay for Vimeo or something?
Nah, Vimeo is just another, it's like another YouTube that people don't go look over there.
Ah, so wait a minute. So you go to Vimeo and you put in, hold on.
Put in the name of right now. You can put in the name of his show. And you can show
Vimeo.com.
Yeah.
All right. And then you say they got all of them on there? Hey.
I'm looking right now. I see season 1. I see season 1, season 2, and I'm looking to see if they got season 3. But they're not all labeled. Like some of them are, some of them aren't.
Okay, so hey, y'all gotta search through this again. First of all of them are dope. I'm just gonna say that Jesse Ventura is killing it on all of them.
And then also, if you look in the chat, I put a link, and then somebody else put a link for for Pi. So you can find you can find Pi for free on one of those in the chat. You can see there's a link for it.
Oh, you can?
Yeah. But yeah, Vimeo. I was looking because I said I know somebody got it out there somewhere. But yeah, if you go look on Vimeo.
Let me try to pull it up and see we can.
Well, that's YouTube right there, bro.
Well, no, I was looking for it, and then the page crashed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just typed in. I said, let me go look at the conspiracy theory with Jesse Ventura, and I'll start looking. Like
they had to get Jesse out of here because first of all, Jesse, you got to have a plan and all that stuff.
No, you just log. It's like Google. It's like YouTube, bro. It's free, so you just have to. You know what I mean? It's like YouTube. You just make a little account and you can see. Or right now, look right there where you see where it says search right here where it says upload. Type in his name right there.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Oh, right here. Oh, right here.
Yeah, type it in. You should see it.
Oh yeah.
Look, that's the first thing you see.
There it is, Jesse Ventura, bitches. Oh shit. Yeah. See, they got the Ozarks. That's the one, the Ozarks, Death Ray. Yeah, the first two are the ones I told y'all about. The Ozarks and the Death Ray. So what we didn't get to in today was I was going to show you a video of this lady named Dr. Wood who talks about how they destroyed the Twin Towers. And they destroyed it by the Death Ray, basically with sound. They literally vaporized it. So when you see the Twin Towers fall, you don't see it collapse or you don't see a demolition. You literally see it vaporize in the dust. That's what you're seeing. But you haven't never seen it before, so you call it a demolition. But literally, there's no debris. If it was a demolition, it would be a pile. Look how tall those buildings was. Those buildings would have piled up on top of each other. It would be literally stories and stories and stories of debris from a collapsed building. But there wasn't. It was literally just dust. Just bad, straight dust. And so it disintegrated. And so that lady, she talks about how it disintegrated. But yeah, so we are right on Vimeo. Y'all need to check these out.
Yeah, I remember he did one on like the Denver International Airport. It was crazy.
Oh my God! Yeah, how they got the thing under the Denver airport. They got the whole base under the Denver airport. Yeah, where they
got
were.
that big mural out there too. That mural with showing everything, the apocalypse and all that crazy stuff.
Yeah, because I'm in Colorado, and just another little caveat for y'all. Nikola Tesla's original buildings were in the Colorado Springs too. Like they still have them, but they kind of took down all the G shit. But yeah, if y'all ever come out here, come check him out. It's in Colorado Springs, man.
Man, Dude, I'm trying to figure out which ones y'all, man. If y'all can, just get on there and watch them all. Because actually, Jesse ain't no joke. Jesse will walk up in here and kick the door and like, hey, bitches, what y'all got back there? Like, nigga, I'm Jesse Ventura. Nigga, open the door. That's what I fuck with. Like, he don't care. He's like, y'all got some shit back there? Let me see it. What? I can't see it? What? I'm a former governor. What you mean? What you mean I can't see it? Oh, yeah. I love Jesse. That's my dude right there. So
Raheem, you sick for that, man.
For what?
For the joint that you put in the chat, you sick for that, son.
What he put in the chat?
He got a homework edit of Summer Madness. This thing is like an hour long. You can vibe to Summer Madness like that.
Yeah, that was
Nigga!
but that was based on what Kev was talking about, those frequencies where it goes.
Wait a minute, what did you put in there?
The Summer Madness song by Kool and the Gang.
What about it?
And you know how we were just talking about when you do the triangle, it has a certain level of octave, and then the square. That song has that exact pitch where it goes.
Oh, okay, yeah. See, dude, first of all, that's one of the illest songs ever.
Yeah, and I was wondering why it resonated so much. That's probably why, because it's like escalating.
Somebody did what they call a homework edit, where they basically just take it and loop it, and they got a whole hour of Summer Madness on here.
Yeah, it's going forever, G.
That's awesome. Hey, but you'll see. What if you can see that in Cymatics? Like, you know what I'm saying? They actually have an app. They have Cymatic apps. So I got one like where you can put on your app, and then you can play your music, and then it'll create light geometric shapes, like sacred geometry light based off the music you play. So I put Mobb Deep in there. That shit was killing me.
Oh my God! They used to do that with Win Out.
Huh?
They used to do that many moons ago with Win Out.
Oh, with Win Out? Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. But man, if you can find the Cymatic, it's called Cymatics. If y'all got one, I'm telling you, check it out. It's just pretty dope. And you just let it play, and it's like it creates a whole light show of sacred geometry off the music. It's pretty dope.
That was the old video of Kanye where he did that like way back when he was regular and shit, and he showed he actually was in college and shit, and he showed like, this is my visual lookout of what a beat, and it sounded like we was looking at him like, what the fuck is you talking about? But he like really drew it out like what a beat looks like.
Okay, so we're on the sciences. Yeah. So
hey Kev, also you could go to dailymotion.com. It's like a YouTube too.
Yeah.
For Jesse. So if they don't have it there, they have it at the other one. Some stuff.
Okay. What's with Daily Motion? Ain't that a fitness site?
No, it's just Daily Motion is like another like YouTube website. It's just like another one of these websites that people don't never look at.
Oh,
but the Jesse Ventura, whatever ain't on there, it might have it over there for Jesse.
Oh, good. You see, these are the lesser known joints, so they can have all the other stuff on here. They can put the stuff that they wouldn't put on YouTube on these channels.
Yeah, nobody's paying attention to them. So I mean,
right, exactly.
I go look everywhere. So.
Oh, that's good, man. So what's it called again?
Just Daily, Motion.
Daily Motion? All right, Daily Motion.
And you can type it in, and then type in Jesse Ventura, show, and they got more of them, in case they ain't over there.
The ones y'all want to see, Ozarks, the one on oil, where he talks about how the oil game is taking over the shit, and he breaks down all these motherfuckers. The one about the 9/11, that was the very first one they ever did. He got all the evidence on 9/11. Like this dude found out the black box where they took the black boxes. He got the people who cleaned up the site. I mean, dude, the stuff that he showed on that one is I'm surprised that they let it come out, that they let him do a second show. Like a show number 2 after they aired that first show. I mean, he went and found the metal. He went to the building they were holding the metal because they were talking about how it was thermite that cut the metal in half, and they wouldn't let nobody examine the metal. And they had it in this building where they were going to send it off overseas, and then they burned it off. So he went right to the building and was like, "Look, the metal's right there. Let me in the building." like, dude, I'm telling you. So check all that shit out. He really breaks down all the shit that was going on behind the scenes. All right, y'all. I'm about to get on that. Any questions before we bounce? Make sure you watch that Life of Pi. I mean, not see, damn, not Life of Pi.
Pi from '98.
Pi from '98. Yeah, not Life of Pi.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I think the chat, man, y'all look, you can see it. You can see in the chat where not Life of Pi, but you can see where the movie's at. Just click on it for yourself to see, because yeah.
You found it on wait, where did you find the movie again?
Well, I mean, you can look in the chat right here. There's like I put one up there, somebody else put one up there, and somebody else.
There's some links, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I found a link where you can actually download it.
I mean, if you want to download it, yeah. So that'd be cool to do that. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, where's the download link?
No,
it's the last link in the room in the group chat.
Oh, okay.
Chat, yeah.
So click on it,
Okay, I see. Okay.
It takes like about 3 hours, but
oh shit. 3 hours. I'm about to watch this shit on Amazon fucking Prime, nigga. Ain't about this shit.
I know you can watch it.
Huh?
Hey, I'm patient.
I'm Aries, nigga. I ain't got time for all that shit.
They say it's free. I'm patient.
Wait. Oh, you can play the movie or download it. Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right. I just watched the shit right here. Yeah, check that shit out and then see what jumps out at you, the reoccurring theme that jumps out at you from this movie. Remember, this is everybody's homework. Everybody should know. Everybody should have it. If y'all don't have it, y'all ain't been paying attention.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that last Airbender
cartoon. There's somebody on YouTube with the last Airbender channel. He got all of them on it.
Okay.
Like you can find that. That dude got all of them. So, but I don't know if they're all in order. So just so you know what comes in order. The Water book was number 1. Earth book was number 2. And Fire book of Fire or Fire book was number 3. And so he learned so that means he learns how to water bend and that episode, and then earth bend and then fire bend. But I want you, when you guys watch that, I want you to pay attention to how it equates to temperament and character and characteristics of a person, personality. When they're talking about when they're explaining the essence of each element, how water is very receptive and it flows and it does that. And I'm like, oh shit. And then think about someone who's a water sign and how they're very calm and relaxed, and you can talk to that person. Or in earth, when they talk about earth, how earth is very hard and rigid and stable. And think of an earth sign person and think of how these, it's physical. Think about how, it's stubborn. It doesn't move a lot. Think about that inside of a person. How fire is very aggressive and it can consume everything if it's not in control. Fire can very easily lose control and just burn everything around it. I mean, I'm like, oh nigga, this shit is breaking down personalities like a motherfucker. How air is very witty and it thinks and communicative and it talk. I mean, it's an air sign. That's what air does. So dude, it's a fucking ill show.
And then, that's the Airbender show?
Yeah, that's the last Airbender. Okay. And it's called The Last Airbender because the dudes who made it are air signs. I researched it and found out the 2 dudes who wrote it, who created the show, are both air signs. So he's the last Airbender. But also, I want you to look when he goes back and he talks to his former avatars, his past lives. The very one he came from, the avatar life that he came from right before the air life, the air nomads, was the Firebender clan, the Firebender nation. And so the Firebender avatar's name is Avatar Roku, right? Roku, avatar, or Roku, the bird Roku, or the name Roku means firebird, it's phoenix. And Avatar Roku rides a dragon.
Wow.
So his spirit animal, Avatar Roku's spirit animal, is a dragon, and his name is Phoenix. His name means Phoenix. So they letting you know.
Yeah. That's crazy.
All right, y'all. To next week. Y'all got y'all homework.
All right. Peace. Good show again, Kev.
All right. Make sure, study. I'll send it to you in a couple of days. Make sure y'all study the stuff, man. The most important thing for y'all to get is to understand that we are frequency, sound, vibration, and energy. And you can literally manipulate that with thought. because thought is also vibration, frequency, and energy. Do we understand? And then your melanin makes you even a greater receiver if you're able to connect into that. So we have superpowers. It's time for us to tap back into that stuff. You got to do the stuff.
What about the Clash?
Huh?
What about the Clash? Clash of the Titans.
Say it again.
What about Clash of the Titans?
What about it?
About to say you told us to look at that too. So.
Well, no, I'm going to break it. Well, you can, but I'm going to break that down in the class next week. You can, you can definitely look at it on your own.
I already watched it. I watched it. I like watching that. So.
Oh, you did? You already watched it? Oh, yeah. Okay.
But it's funny.
Let's not say nothing about it.
No, I ain't gonna say nothing about it. I'm just gonna say it's funny how when you watch a lot of stuff, you just watch it and then you watch it again, you go, "Oh, come on, really?"
Yep. These motherfuckers was literally slapping you in the face with your knowledge. Like, dude.
I was like, this is some bull crap.
Dude, it's so blatant that it's really a slap in your face. Like, you motherfuckers are idiots. Like, this is just common history. If you dumb motherfuckers knew common history, we talking about you.
But
like I said, in the case of just one case in Clash of the Titans, where the dude, the hero Perseus, has to save Andromeda from the Kraken. Andromeda's mom is I
forget the name right now.
What is her name? Damn.
Maybe go look it up.
Damn, I forgot her name, but whoever she is, her name, she's queen of in the movie, she's queen of Phoenicia and Joppa, but in real life, she was queen of Abyssinia, or Ethiopia.
Yeah.
She's queen of Ethiopia.
Yeah, it's funny, bro, because I feel like what people need to do is sometimes stop and then look up the names for all these people and stuff, because they'll leave you stuff because people don't pay attention to what they be saying.
So what's her name? Andromeda. That's her.
Oh, yeah, her mom. You talking about her mom? Her mom's name was hold on, I'll look.
Yeah, that's the name of the other galaxy, ain't it? Andromeda.
I was about to say that about the galaxy too. You gotta realize that.
Yes, that comes from the mythology. So yeah, they named a galaxy after Andromeda. Yeah, where is it?
What's the? Hold on, I got it.
Come on. Here. No. This is a TV series, Andromeda. So, but if you look up, just look up
Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I said it wrong.
Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is queen of Ethiopia. That's why when you look in the movie, she got kind of she got a real good tan and real curly ass hair, kind of an afro. And then all of her men got these afros they walking around in. We'll break down the whole. We'll break down.
So sick.
And then her husband too. I mean, I'll talk about that, but I start looking about other stuff about how they talk about the Greeks and all that. It's funny.
Well, let's not break it down. If you want to make sure go look up Cassiopeia and all that mythology before you come back, so you're versed on it. But I want to break it down in class next week, not right now. All right, y'all.
All right.
I'll let y'all next week.
Yep.
Hey.
Easy. Ghost.